Everyone, thank you for coming. Could you please stand for the pledge and remain standing? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. We have Pastor Rod Warrenberg from the Desert Creek Fellowship to do our invocation.
Hi. Please pray with me. Father, you're welcome here today. Lord, I invoke the name today. I ask, Father, for your help today. Father, I ask that you would help our leaders to make good choices and to have the wisdom and insight that's necessary to lead this great town. I bless them, Father, with wisdom. Father, I bless them with your insight and your understanding. And I pray, Lord, that you would help them do great things for our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Roll call, please. What?
Vice Mayor?
Don't we do roll call first or not?
Okay. Mayor Dickey?
Here.
Vice Mayor LaCrone?
Present.
Councilmember Charno?
Here.
Councilmember Tolas?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Magazine?
Here.
Councilmember Spellich?
Present. Madam Mayor, if I may, please.
Yes, sir. Councilman?
In light of some new legal challenges that could possibly put the town at risk, I'm going to suggest that we remove the public safety fee from the agenda.
Thank you. This isn't a motion, but okay. So I agree with that. Due to the intention to bring this legal challenge to us, we will remove item 8C3 from consideration, which is the public safety fee, but we'll still have the hearing and we'll still hear about the other item. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Brown.
Our next is reports by mayor and council members. We'll have the report on the, should we do the special studies or special sessions, or should we go ahead with the reports? Reports? Okay. Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, and for the sake of the public who are here tonight, we had a number of very big issues that we typically would handle through work sessions, and through some feedback we heard from the council trying to minimize the number of separate work sessions, we were able to come up with a number of meetings where we'll combine those with regular council meetings. And I think that will work better for transparency and for the public also to be in attendance. So I'll just go these very quickly through the list that I have here. So on September 3rd, we'll have a work session that will be on setting street standards. So this would be the street conditions that the council will weigh in on. Then on September 17th, we'll also have discussion of possible direction on the hillside protection easement policy. And then on October 1st, we'll have a session on two topics. One is economic development and also public art. And then we will have on October 15th a work session on the cost of service user fee study. And then on November 12th, we will have a discussion determination of new impact fees. This is for the fees that all new homes and construction contribute into a development impact fee fund. Then in December, there will be a pavement management program session where we will be bringing back to council a 10-year proposed pavement management program. And then January 7th, we'll have a session on the Golden Eagle drainage improvements. So what we've done is basically, with the exception of one meeting, we have combined these with regular council meeting dates, so that will minimize the amount of special meetings we have to do with the council. So with that, that's all I have to report at this time.
Thank you, Grady. Do you have any other of your activities since June to report on?
No. What I will report on is just before the presentation on the FAA. I'll report back on that.
Great. Any council members want to tell us what you've been up to for about a month? Here we go. Okay, well, I've been busy.
First of all, let me just say that I want to thank Art Tolis for his service as vice mayor. He had an extended stay, so we really appreciate that. And that now Sherry LaCrone is our new vice mayor. We do a rotation here. That's how we do it in Fountain Hills, about an 8-month and based on seniority. So welcome and thank you for serving. We've had a lot of meetings. We did not have a very quiet summer so far. We've been meeting with volunteers and staff and commissioners, neighborhood meetings. We talked about senior services, economic development, sister cities, a lot of exciting things happening in education and recreation. We talked about communication and public information, especially during emergencies, and you'll hear more about that at future meetings. And of course, the fountain, you probably saw the little lights show we had a couple of times, and also our Fountain Hills Celebrates, which is our 30th anniversary of incorporation, our 50th anniversary of the fountain. So we've been having a lot of meetings like that. Way back on June 26th, we had a town talk where Alan and Dennis came, and we posted those notes, and I appreciate that they were there to speak to our constituents. The MAG, which is Maricopa Association of Governments, has a regional council annual meeting, and we elected a new chair, and that's Mayor Mark Mitchell from Tempe. The Sanitary District had their 50th anniversary and an open house and tour, and I think many of us were able to go to that, and that was very interesting, and I recommend people get familiar with that. I went to the chamber. We spoke to the chamber elite group in the morning, and it was great because our new economic development director, James Smith, came, and Grady, and that was very, very good and informative. I was able to go to the high school. Are the Everetts here by any chance? No? Okay. Well, I was able to go to the high school because Walt Everett, who works for Iridium satellites, one of their satellites, they put a plaque on it dedicated not only to his wife Maria, who's a math teacher, but also to all the educators in Fountain Hills. So I hear it's about the size of a Mini Cooper, and there's a bunch of them, and now there's one with dedicated to our Fountain Hills teachers. So that was very, very neat. We had Purple Heart Day, and Mike and David were able to come to that. That was a wonderful event. Boys and Girls Club had a new Cox Innovative Lab grand opening that I was able to attend. It was very exciting. Last but not least, we had the Museum of Time dinner, and Mike was able to come to that. So we had a lot of things going on. We have a very wonderful, vibrant town. That's all of my activities, and next, if you want, we could move to the presentations. Grady?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor and Council, just want to remind you back in June, it was June 18th, last time we met before the summer break, there was a discussion on the agenda where I was trying to seek council direction so that I could obtain a lobbyist to represent the town's interests with respect to the FAA possibly changing flight paths over the valley as the flights are coming in, commercial flights are coming in to Sky Harbor. And the city of Scottsdale had chosen to start initially working with their residents on changing the flight paths, some of which look like they would be negatively impacting our residents here. So I'm very pleased that we were able to find an outstanding lobbyist that has quite a bit of background, not only in working with our congressional delegation, but also our state legislature as well. I'm going to go ahead and have Mr. Jack Lunsford come up and go to the podium and give a little report and briefing to the council on where he is right now on this particular matter. By the way, at the dais where you're sitting, there's also a brief summary of his activities, which he'll also go over. And Jack, I'm not sure in my staff report on this topic if I really went into much background on your experience. So if you wouldn't mind giving them a brief synopsis of what your background is as well would be very helpful.
So I want to thank you all very much, Grady, for the opportunity to continue to work with you. We knew each other back in the West Valley at one time. I was the president and CEO of Westmark, and the mayor and I have worked together for a long time. My new privilege
is to work on your behalf and behalf of the citizens of the town of Fountain Hills as your government relations professional, I guess we'll call it. By way of background, I'm an Arizona native. I was not here at statehood, contrary to popular belief, but I've been around a long time, and I did my undergraduate work in broadcast communications at SMU in Dallas, and I did my master's in public administration at ASU. I'm the founding director of the Office of Government Relations and External Affairs at Maricopa Community Colleges, where I served for 20 years. I have held elected office twice, once as the a representative for Westmec, which some of you may or may not know is a current technical education overlay district that goes all the way from Paradise Valley to Buckeye and a little bit beyond. But I think what I'm really proud of is I was appointed Coconino County Assessor at a very early age, and I remain the youngest county assessor in state history. And so I'm quite proud of that. The Lunsford Group has been in existence since 2012, but I have been doing government relations and external affairs in some form or another since 1977. With I think a record, I'm confident, a record of success because we've received national awards for the work that we've done. My experience is broad in terms of issues, and most often what we do in public policy advocacy is based on the same principles. It's just the issue changes. With that, Mayor, I think it would be important for members of the council to understand what we've been doing in a very short time frame since about the early part of July. I had not, in all honesty, done Flight Path in a focused way. I was on Mayor Greg Stanton's staff as his special assistant, and I was there during conversations and actually the eventual lawsuit where the city of Phoenix prevailed on the westbound flight paths, but I wasn't integrally involved in it. I had some familiarity, and in a very short period of time, we were able to bring ourselves up to speed with the particular issues relative to the town of Fountain Hills, and also the activity, as was alluded to earlier, by the city of Scottsdale. As an aside, the city of Scottsdale responded to their citizen input, and they retained both a firm in Washington, D.C. and an engineering firm to begin to evaluate possible flight path differences than what the FAA has proposed in something called NextGen. Once we began to do that, and I won't read the report to you, I'll summarize and then invite you to ask questions, but I was able to meet very quickly with members of our congressional delegation the week of July 22nd. Of note, although we talked about the flight path issue in every congressional district except for Representative Biggs, of note are the responses that we got from Senators McSally and Sinema, who I visited with directly. I know them both for quite some time. And also with now Congressman Stanton and his staff, and Congressman David Schweikert from here in the town of Fountain Hills. It is clear that there is a great deal of both sensitivity and interest to the notion of addressing the flight path issues to the east, both outbound and inbound. in a way that doesn't tend to adversely affect the residents, not only in the towns and the cities, but also with the tribal nations, the two tribal nations. So Mayor Dickey and Town Manager Miller convened a meeting immediately upon my return, not because I was returning, but it was just a timely one, with members of the Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation leadership, including President Bennett, for the purpose of determining where they were on this particular issue. What we began to figure out in the work before I did DC is if Fountain Hills is a single voice, we won't carry the message as strongly as we can build a coalition. And indeed, I reached out to colleagues at Scottsdale after a brief conversation with Mayor Lane and said, hey, what are we doing to build a coalition? There are other interested parties. So after the briefing we had with Fort McDowell, subsequently a week later, there was a meeting convened by Scottsdale at our urgence, bringing together Paradise Valley, Fountain Hills, Scottsdale, and the two tribal nations to discuss and determine whether there was any interest in forming a coalition and what are the issues that revolve around that. I'm happy to report that there is interest in having a coalition, and indeed, that's what Senator Sinema said to me. We need a coalition with a stronger voice. She had already spoken to the FAA, the new FAA administrator. She said, my number one issue is flight path issue in the East Valley, and she was meeting subsequently with him. So we have the foundation, I believe, for conversations relative to a coalition. The agreement was that we would all individuals, either those of us who are under contract or those who are employed by their communities, go back to our principals, make the recommendation and the report that we should try to find common ground for a coalition. I will indicate to you, some of you may or may not have seen the proposed map from the city of Scottsdale. We represented very clearly that we would like the status quo, but if that's not an option, because there has to be negotiation with the FAA, then the preferred modifications to Concept 1 that the FAA has proposed are ones we could support, and we absolutely do not support Modification 2. So I've got maybe two things that I would close with, but I would like Mayor and members of the council to address any questions you might have. This is an ongoing effort that will continue to take our focused attention for, I would suggest, the balance of this year, the balance of next year, possibly.
Wow. Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. So you just gave us a timeline of maybe we don't know how long this will be going on. Can you explain briefly what the flight path changes are requested to be?
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Brown, I think what everyone at all of the staff people felt was the number one change that we would like to see is to move all of the flight traffic to the east of Salt River Pima and Fort McDowell, such that it would go east of our communities, Fountain Hills, Scottsdale. Paradise Valley is very interested because now the changes come over Paradise Valley as well. And if we could move all of that traffic as far to the east as possible, then we would disturb animals, but not people.
This is the inbound planes that would be landing to the east? Or is this the outbound that would take off to the west and turn and go to the east?
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Brown, right now we're talking about the inbound ones, but that doesn't take the westbound turning back east out of the mix, because that's important to not only Paradise Valley, but sometimes they fly over my house in north central Phoenix. We'll just make that determination. My sense is, and there's a possibility of a meeting coming up with the regional FAA director, that we would all attend, and if that comes to fruition, we'll have more specifics. And meanwhile, I will report back all of the conversations without too much detail to members of our delegation. We have specific direction to work with their staffs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Sharna?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lunsford, with this coalition kind of coalescing, how do you see that working with Scottsdale? Because, I mean, I know one of their modifications was kind of, in direct, opposition to what we wanted. So how is that going to resolve itself in terms of?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Charno, at the end of the day, this is all going to be about compromise. And so what's of significant interest to Paradise Valley and maybe Fountain Hills may not be the ideal for the city of Scottsdale. But my sense from that initial meeting was everyone was sort of saying, we're going to be pretty close if we can go with concept one, which is the one that is not as obtrusive. And by the way, I failed to mention, I apologize, two members, including the deputy director of Phoenix Aviation, were in this meeting. That was extremely helpful, not only informationally, but background as well.
Mayor.
Councilman?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just curious, why would it take 6 months to a year and a half to resolve this? Government?
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Magazine, we're negotiating with the federal government. And
What I thought you'd say.
And I don't know if that's all I need to say. And I don't want to stand before you and give you some false promise. If we can do it in a shorter period of time, absolutely we'll move in that direction. But I don't want to create some false expectation and then you come back to us and say, what's happened?
Sure. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor.
Councilman?
Yeah, thank you. Quick question on the history of these flight path issues with the town of Fountain Hills. If I recall correctly, I think it was about 10 plus years ago that a discussion came up that was about the elevation and the requirements that they would fly over Fountain Hills. If you're unable to resolve this in a short period of time, is there anything that can be addressed that the elevation level would be at such a level that it would not cause a lot of issues with our community?
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Toles, absolutely that was on the table. People were talking about elevation, concerns about that, and it was somewhat in the context, Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation was concerned about the traffic coming out of Scottsdale Air Park, and the fact that the elevation forces that traffic to stay down within the airspace. So we were successful in asking, because it came up in our briefing, we were successful in asking them to take that off the table until we resolved the FAA issue, and the elevation was certainly part of the conversation. But I don't want to say we're at infancy, because a lot of work was funded by the city of Scottsdale with their engineers out of Washington, D.C. But now all of a sudden when you bring other very interested parties to the table, then we all have to try to reconcile what our interests are. Does that answer your question, sir?
What's the elevation levels now and what was discussed to be proposed if you're unsuccessful in changing the routes?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Tolas, we didn't discuss any specific elevation levels at this particular point. That's probably for another meeting or two down the road. But the notion of elevation was expressed, and it was definitely a concern. And by the way, if I can just say that Congressman Schweikert, who, you know, I get to the point where I've known some of these folks so long, I call them by their first names. So, you know, I'm sitting with him, and he is so keenly aware of what you alluded to 10 years ago. He brought it up to me. He also strongly recommended separating the two issues between the federal and the city of Scottsdale. And Schweikert, I'd already met with his deputy chief of staff, who I've known for quite some time, and we'll continue that dialogue, and that will go directly to the congressman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, we can be assured that our voice is being heard, that we're being represented, and we don't have to worry about deadlines and finding out like we did a day before this actually started to happen. So we're just very happy to have you on board and representing Fountain Hills in these important ways that will affect the quality of life really for our neighborhoods. So thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, it's my pleasure to serve in this capacity and work with you all, with your outstanding staff and the mayor and so on. I look forward to getting to know each of you a little bit better. Just as a note, I will also be at the Transportation Policy Committee meeting of MAG tomorrow already, because they are beginning to have more in-depth conversations about what's coming forward in a transportation initiative. Most of you probably know that already the initial tests that have been done and conducted show favorability on many issues relative to transportation policy. So in getting to know you, for those of you who will be at the league meeting next week, I look forward to spending some time with you.
Thank you so much. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and members.
Good night.
Mr. Miller, thank you.
Next, we have call to the public. These are things that you all want to talk about that aren't on the agenda. So do we have any speaker cards?
We do. One from Jan Parisian.
Hi there, neighbor.
Mayor Dickey, good to see you, and council members. I'm Jan Parisian, and I live on the collector street known as El Lago. I'd like to talk about the Daybreak development that's been proposed. I ask you to stop the development project from going through. I oppose the plans for this site. My understanding is that the original intent was for a resort to be built on the property. It was seen as a site that would welcome people into the community. It's the first thing you see when you come through from Scottsdale. Let's find the right development for Shea and Palisades with a developer who understands our unique community. Keystone proposes to build a housing complex between Westby and La Montana, and that location makes sense. Let's not erect a housing complex as the first thing one sees when entering Fountain Hills. The entrance to the town should be something that welcomes folks in. More importantly, let's concentrate our efforts on promoting occupancy in existing structures like Park Place and other complexes. It's an embarrassment to see the empty storefronts at Park Place. It's an embarrassment. I see that area as our downtown. Why don't we create there a cultural center? Explore moving the Fountain Hills Theater there and create a center that would provide space for the community choir, high school musical events, art galleries, and so forth. The fountain area should be a place for people to congregate and have fun. That's my comments on that. And since 8C was removed, as a call to the public on things that are not on the agenda, I wish to speak on the public safety fee. First of all, I don't profess to understand the financial workings of our budget with its various funds. I would hope you would consider addressing concerns that I raise here, and I'm sure residents here share these concerns. First of all, I hope at some point you explain why you would not create a separate fund for the revenues generated. If these funds go into the general fund, I'm concerned the money might be used for other purposes. How do you prevent that from happening? Again, I say I don't understand how your budget works, but these are my concerns, and I'd like answers. Secondly, I read in the Times, my source for everything on what's going on here, I read in the Times that many people did not pay the environmental fee. Also, that our attorney is exploring fee compliance and collecting delinquencies for this proposed public safety fee. If this is enacted, you need to really collect these fees, or what you do about that if you pass it is meaningless. Explain what, if anything, is contained in the proposal to address collection. Third, if the fee is assessed per parcel, does this mean that a development like Keystone pays only $185? Is that land considered one parcel? How do we assess each resident or residence? I'd like an explanation of that. Fourth, if we can collect these funds, this fee is expected to generate $2.5 million annually, but we are contracted to pay $8 million for public safety services. Please explain where the difference is coming from, or is it that we continually operate in a deficit? Fifth, a proposal
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry, but we're over the 3 minutes. Could you?
It doesn't say 3 minutes in the handout that you give us. It says that we are allowed time to speak, and since you took off 8C, I think I should finish. I just have another page.
Just if you could conclude,
Okay.
that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
A proposal to include sunset provision makes no sense to me, as the cost for public safety will continue each year. I ask that you consider addressing another concern, and this is my main point. If Maricopa County Sheriff's Office and emergency services are expected to increase each year, we need to explore other ways of providing these services. Either we, the town, establish our own police department and emergency services, or we join with another provider like Scottsdale. Last point. We need a committee to explore these possibilities. This committee should include residents and council members.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for
Thank
listening.
you. Appreciate it. Any other speaker cards? No. Thank you. We'll move on to the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Actually, Mayor, I'd like item B removed.
What?
You would like to remove item B from the consent agenda? Okay. Why don't we go ahead and we'll, since we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, then we'll take that item. So motion, and do I have a second for the consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll take the consideration of acceptance of sculpture from Sign Art then as an agenda item. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't really have an issue with the art per se. I know we have certain protocol when it comes to public art, and I know we have a work session coming up later this year on that topic, but I mean, the sculpture's already out there and been erected and in the ground, and I was just concerned. I mean, I like it, but what if, 6 of us don't like it? I mean, I just wondering, maybe it was because we were on recess or whatever, but I know we've had some issues in the past. I just want to avoid this.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Grady?
Yeah, I'll have the director come up and kind of address this. This was not our desire to be handled this way at all. And I'll go ahead and have Ms. Goodwin address this.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, Grady, to your point, I believe that the intention here was that the cart kind of got before the horse. There was a number of emails exchanged. There was a bit of communication. There was a bit of confusion, I think, on the process. And yes, it was installed, and it's been in place for a number of weeks now. The Public Art Committee is aware of it. They did give a tentative consent on the piece. So this was just a sort of a formality in that respect. Now, we can certainly bring that back through the full process at a future council date if we would like to do that.
Right.
Councilman Magazine?
This isn't the first time we've had some issues. It's very troubling, and my understanding is we're going to have we're going to add that to the agenda when?
It's coming up this fall.
October 1st.
I think we have to know what the rules of the road are, who's
Absolutely.
in charge, and who makes the decisions.
Right.
Councilman?
I mean, I'm comfortable going ahead and move approval of the sculpture in front of Sign Art, just knowing that, this will be tightened up in the future.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thanks very much. We have a motion and a second to accept sculpture from Sign Art. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Rachel. Our first regular agenda item is about the Keystone property. And do you want me to open up the hearing and then we'll have the presentation, or how do you want me to do that?
I think it would make sense to have the staff presentation be part of the public hearing.
Okay, we'll open up the hearing then. Thank you. Welcome, Marissa. Thanks.
All right. Good evening.
Hi.
Welcome back, Mayor and Council. So before you is Keystone Planned Area Development, zoning case 2019-01. It is a approximate 12.25 acre parcel located, I'll fast forward a little bit here, to the location map. This is the Bashes Plaza. It wraps around, it's currently vacant, and we're down here in Town Hall, so it's catty corner from us right here. What the request is proposing, generally speaking, is 147 dwelling units. That would be 10 duplexes, and then the remainder 127 units being single-family detached. These would be all rentals. 36 garage spaces in 9 different garages, and a clubhouse, pool area, and they each would have their own little courtyard yard area. Wanted to point out, just because some of the questions that came up at Planning and Zoning Commission, this is the parcel from 1953, and one of the little identifiers that you can look at is this wash right here. And so that when we go here, there's that same wash. And again, in 1998, none of this property has been left untouched. This property is located within the West Side District of the Downtown Area Specific Plan. And in that district, it's this parcel actually right here. There was discussion in this plan about possibly having an entertainment anchor located on this property, but that is not what the applicant is proposing. Applicant is proposing pure residential. But one of the ways that they wanted to address this interface and incorporate it as part of our downtown, if you look a little bit closer at this area in the, let me go back. This is Avenue of the Fountains, and this is La Montana. We're over here, catty corner. So down here at this end cap, we're going to zoom in on the area right here. And as you know, we are in the plans for a circle there, traffic circle. And so they requested the information from us about what that kind of looks like at this point in time in our design process. And what they're proposing is to integrate a corner park, and it would be at the end of the avenue here. It would have sculptures, interactive sculptures is what they're proposing, and shade, seating, and that would also function if the public art is still in place at that point in time. It would function as both incorporating it into the downtown, having it be a pedestrian area, and having public art. Another way that they have integrated their development into the downtown is along that La Montana stretch. They've pulled the houses close to the property line, and they actually face the right-of-way. And then there are 3 ingress points for pedestrians. They walk up steps onto a landing into the development. So there is a little bit more of a community interaction at that interface at the end. This property is in the entertainment overlay district, and it is this little purple square that's kind of hard to tell at the end there. The reason that they are wanting to take it out of that, so the entertainment overlay district has essentially 2 components. One is to allow for outdoor entertainment, a little bit less stringent noise and hours of operations in this area. But the other unusual element of it is that there is a restriction to 8 units per acre within the entertainment overlay district. And that would prohibit them from putting in the number of units that they're proposing. So they would be limited to 18 units, and they are proposing 29 units in this acre, or in this area, and that is why they're requesting to rezone it and get that overlay district taken off of this property. Other proposed off-site improvements. Their main entrances would be off of Avenue of the Fountains right here. They're proposing to widen the median cut there. This is Town Center Crossings, entrance to their development right there. And by widening it, it would allow for left turns. The other main entrance is right here off of Palisades. They're proposing meandering sidewalks along Avenue of the Fountains, Westby, and Palisades. And it's not really meandering down here, but there is a sidewalk there, as well as landscaping along all of the street frontages. And then they are proposing to widen Westby and formalize some parallel parking on there. That would be 36 parking spaces, and those would be not reserved specific for the residents, but they're proposing to include those as meeting their parking requirements. This is elevations that they provided to us of what it would look like along Westby. So you can see that it is a gated community. There's a fence, there's landscaping, and these are just elevations of some of the different houses. And then throughout the property, here's the proposed landscape plan. Through the main portion here, they're proposing to have a what they're calling a grand paseo, a walking area, where there's elements for neighbors to interact and gather, some amenities. This is where the clubhouse and pool would be. There's pedestrian access, as I mentioned, down here. There's 3 points along Westby, and then at the main entrances, there's also pedestrian access. Some more design elements. As far as the buildings go, 6 different building plans. Nice mix of, there'd be 46 one-bedroom, 92 two-bedroom, 9 three-bedroom units, ranging in size from 715 to just under 1,600 square feet. Each plan, they have 3 plans: contemporary, Spanish, New Ranch, and modern. Each of those has 3 different color schemes. So as you can see, there's a wide variety of styles and colors. It would not be a cookie-cutter community. And I can go through these. These were provided to you, but they're just some elevations, some examples of the different types of buildings. One question that came up during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting was in particular to this, what they're calling the New Ranch. The siding seemed a little unusual, especially for this area of the United States. And so I requested that they provide me some pictures showing what that would look like in the real world. And that's what these are. So, and they can go into more detail on that if you like. Color schemes, lots of natural colors. A little bit different than just the basic beige, though. As you can see, there's some grays and teals. Deviations from the code that they're requesting. The main drive aisle We would require a 24-foot wide drive aisle, and coming out of the garages, having 6 foot of backup between the edge of the garage and the entry into the drive aisle. They're requesting to have a 27-foot wide drive aisle with a 2-foot backup. Retaining walls, code is 6 feet max along. Let me go back here. Back of house on Bashes, they're requesting those walls to be up to 14 feet tall, and that would be just back of house to Bashes. So staff is recommending approval of that. Parking spaces, some minor deviations in the dimensions. They're also requesting to utilize Westby for their parking. Trash, minor deviation in the amount of cubic yards that they would be providing. Deviations from the setbacks. The code for C2 has a 0-foot setback for almost all of the property lines unless it's adjacent to residential. But since this is residential itself and it's not commercial adjacent to residential, staff is in support of them having the 5-foot and 10-foot setbacks as opposed to 20-foot, 25-foot in some instances. And then they are also requesting cut-fill waivers. As I pointed out earlier, none of this site is natural topography, so staff is in support of what they're requesting as far as cutting and filling. And then at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they recommended 6-0 to approve as presented. I did want to point out, though, that one item of discussion is in regards to stormwater management. This wasn't really discussed at length at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. It's in regards to coordinating the design and construction of the traffic circle and how that may impact how water flows in that area. And we are requesting that, and it's in the motion in the staff report, that they construct, I don't remember the exact words, and I have the engineer here if you would like to have more information on that catch basin to help with stormwater management. So the applicant is here if you have any questions for me, and I can pass it off on to them.
Thank you. Do you want to ask Marissa questions, or we'll have our talk first and then we'll do...
Got a question for Marissa.
Okay, Councilman.
You questioned some of the material that they were using, the appearance of some of the material. Are you content and satisfied with what they're showing you now? Did it change?
It didn't change. It was just something that was unusual. We questioned it a little bit when we were going through design, but it's kind of taste is here or there, and I don't believe anyone on staff had too much heartburn over it. But because there was a discussion about it at Planning and Zoning Commission, I asked that they provide a picture.
And you're content with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Personally.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I have a question about the ingress and egress points that's not off of Westby, right? Where there's lesser traffic, but it's off of, if I looked at it correctly, if it's off of Palisades, is that correct?
Let me make this bigger for you. Okay. I'll just do this. Sorry. Just do it that way. Okay. This is Palisades. There's an entrance there. This is La Montana and Fountain Hills Boulevard. The post office entrance is here. This is further, their entrance is further up a little bit from that even. There is a median cut there right now. It's a smaller one.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Tolis?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna rifle a number of questions, and some of them may be for you, some of them may be for our finance director, and some of them may be for our town council attorney, okay, town attorney. So let me just start by saying this. I think that a project like this in the downtown area, where this is located, is an excellent use of the space. I think it's in line with what our objective is to have a vibrant downtown, and I think that this has the ability to bring people downtown, and that's what we need to fill the commercial vacancies downtown. The commercial vacancy, the commercial rental tax, 3.1%. I think that the focus on filling those buildings downtown should be a priority to increase our revenues. When we look at this project, 140 rental units, I'm just calculating some figures. I need to know what the rental rate average is going to be for this project, so that's one of the questions I'm gonna ask. And whether this is taxed as a commercial entity rather than residential rates, because that's going to change things dramatically. Essentially, 2.6 comes back to the town of Fountain Hills on the commercial rates, and only 1.6 on residential rates. So in my opinion, and this is a legal question, if this is going to be a commercial entity building 147 rental units and collecting these as a business, I want to know, are we collecting the 2.6% or the 1.6%? Because it makes a big difference in the numbers. So that's a question. I'm not done. I also want to know, in previous projects that we've approved, it always comes down to the town of Fountain Hills putting a tremendous amount of resources to work with the developer, coming up with a development agreement, and then they ultimately sell this project to someone else. I want to know whether there's any contingencies that we can put in our development agreements that we are compensated as a town for all of the expenses and the process to go through to approve for a new entity to move forward with something like this. So that's something that I'd like to know, because some of these projects never get built. The market changes, the economy changes, the financing changes, and things never happen, and we end up spending a tremendous amount of money for no avail, okay? I understand we have fees, et cetera, but we do a lot more than that. And here is another caveat to these approvals that I want to know whether is legal from us to do. Can we incorporate a deed restriction in these type of developments so that they don't turn from a rental project to ultimately selling them as individual rental condominium units, Gemini homes? Because when that happens, a number of things happens for our community. Number one, we lose the rental tax rate. We don't have a primary property tax, so we lose any ability to generate revenues for our community. And it turns into what would be, and this is not a negative word, but transient type of ownership in the property, second homeowners, people that buy these units and they end up living elsewhere and they don't contribute to the sales tax revenues for our community, which is what we have to increase commerce in our town. So I know I hit you with a lot. I think it's a great project. I think that it's what we need downtown. And the faster we can move forward with getting these projects to fruition and actually built, the better. Thank you.
Would you like us to go through your questions
Take
one
it
by
any
one?
way you'd like.
Okay, so as far as the rental rate, I'm going to have to default to the developers. They are here. And how that is charged, none of this is going to be me. So it's going to be finance director for the tax. As far as the fees and the development agreement, that's them. So I'm going to go sit down.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilmember Tullis. As far as the rental tax, it would be a 1.6% rental tax, long-term rental tax. And I don't think we would be able to charge a commercial rate for that, for the TPT. Even though it's a business renting apartments. It's actually a sign, or.
And Madam Mayor, if I may follow up as well, my understanding is that it's the nature of the use that determines the ultimate tax that's imposed, as opposed to who is zoning or who's doing the renting. If that answers your question.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I'll just quickly address the development agreement. So to Councilmember Tarlos's point, there have been numerous occasions. In fact, we did have a development agreement on that site previously for a senior living project. The good news on that is we do have fees that we do collect. I believe the fee is $5,000 for a development agreement to help compensate the town for the amount of time involved in negotiating a development agreement. But there's always a time frame on those development agreements so that they do expire. And so we do put that in there for a reason, so that if it's not developed in that time period, then all the commitments that the town's made will typically go away if the project never commences or ever happens.
I would like to interject, if I could also, that there is no development agreement for this project. There is not always a development agreement. If that means anything.
So I bring that point up because 19 years ago, the town council of this community approved the Hilton project for Palisades and Shea, and they ultimately developed, the developer ultimately sold that for a tremendous profit, and the town is now still sitting on a property that's not generating any revenues for this community. So that's why, that's one of the reasons why I bring that up. Rental rates, did we answer that question? What are the rental rates average going to be?
Could we wait on that, because I have that for when they come up, because I still have some questions for Marissa, but we did talk a little bit about that, having the developer come up. But Mike, Sharna, do you have a question?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Marissa, I guess I too like the project. I like the concept. I think it's going to do well down there. It's perfect for that parcel, which is, unique anyway, being surrounded by bashes and the topography and all that's going on there. But I think my big issue is the parking, and it seems like staff is comfortable with it as proposed. I'm not. Report says 308 parking spaces required. They're providing 302, and of the 302, 36 are being counted out on Westby, in parallel parking, and I just can't see that working. I just think that's not enough. I know that's going to affect the the count of the rental units or homes, what have you, but I just and I know they're targeting millennials and or seniors, and I'm sure the argument's going to be, well, it's one vehicle, but then staff goes on to say that calling this a minor deviation. I mean, to me, this is a major deviation. And then, quote, if there's a time when there is not sufficient parking on the property, the overflow parking could go into the nearby commercial parking lots. I just don't think the nearby commercial parking entities are going to appreciate that, a la Starbucks and Senior Taco and what we had up there. And I know Starbucks met the minimum parking, but these aren't even meeting the minimums, and staff is recommending approval. So I just don't know if I can go forward with my approval of this as is, just based on that. And the parking spaces themselves are 1 foot less than code calls for, so 18 feet deep parking spaces. I have a Ford F-150, and it's over 19 feet long. And so I also have a Prius, which would fit in there perfectly, but the point of it is, there's going to be all kinds of vehicles of people renting there and visitors and trucks, and you can't gauge this kind of stuff. So I just think this is being short-sighted, and I, for one, can't support that concept as is.
Yes. Do you have any sort of response or to that?
A brief one, Mayor. As far as the parking requirements go, it isn't uncommon for people to come in and ask for changes in what the parking shows. And over time, I looked at our parking chapter, and I do think it needs to be revisited in general in the requirements. We know that the applicant does not want their residents to not have ample parking. We know that they have done their research in looking at other places throughout the valley as to how much parking is typically used per unit. The one thing that kind of took the difference between, we have 1.5 parking spaces for a 1-bedroom and 2 parking spaces for a 2-bedroom. They're doing 2 parking spaces all across the board. The difference was that 0.25 parking spaces for guests, and that was really where that big difference comes in when you're doing the calculation, is where your guest's going to park. It's not unheard of for when we have special events to see people parking on the streets, and you are allowed to park on the streets. It could be just regular surface parking, as Park Place has parking provided on the avenue itself. There's parking here, although it's not supposed to be overnight, but if you're visiting, I don't know about parking over in Bashes and walking around, if that would really be something that people will want to do, but we feel confident in our conversations, and just as a planner looking at parking throughout the country, throughout my career, feel comfortable with what they're proposing.
Mayor, okay, I still think it's going to be an issue if we let this go as is. I mean, especially if they're, I know they want long-term rentals, like annual leases, that kind of thing, but if some of them just, are short-term over the holidays during snowbird season, that's when you have a lot of visitors as well. So I just, Westby is not going to be, it's just going to, I know they're widening it to accommodate more of those parallel parking spaces. That's fine, but I still see it as an issue. And then you said there was 3 pedestrian entrances off La Montaña. Is that
correct?
So, I don't know. I mean, we allow parking up to a certain point in time on La Montaña as well. I just, that could be an issue because that's a busy street. So I just don't like that aspect of it,
Thank you, Councilman. I just have two questions that are probably more for you. Could you just give us a quick rundown of what C2 and C2EO zoning would normally allow in that area? Just a couple of examples.
Okay, so everything that you see here in the downtown is in C2 zoning. So commercial, grocery, restaurants, even auto sales. It's a very broad zoning category. C3 is more intense, and then you start to get on the verge of almost industrial with a C3, so rein it back in from there, and that's where you are with the C2.
Thank you. And then talk about Westby and Palisades. We had some folks had concerns about pedestrian safety crossing over there by Westby and Palisades, and it looks like some of the changes might help that. Do you feel like the changes that they're proposing are in any way better or worse for pedestrians?
Let's zoom over so we can kind of see. Are you talking about this area right in here? So this is Palisades. This is the turn-in for Bashes. There is another entrance in here for kind of this little side strip mall area. And then this is their main entrance. Are you talking about this interface right here?
Across from the post office.
Yeah.
Other side? I thought you said Palisades. I'm sorry.
Well, I think I'm trying to remember what the...
It was Westby.
It was Westby for sure, and I thought it was...
Avenue of the Fountains.
Yeah.
An Avenue of the Fountains, so the other side. Okay. Let's go over that way. Actually, I'll use this one. All right. The site plan is large, so it's hard to... All right, I'll just do it this way. Okay. Here's Westby. And are you talking about going across Westby or going this way?
Yes.
Across Westby, right?
Yeah, north-south.
So I'm actually going to defer to the town engineer because I know that he has taken particular, paid particular attention to the pedestrian issues along Westby and all of this area here. And he is
Thanks.
here.
Yeah, sorry, I don't remember the exact area that they were talking about, but I believe that is north-south, yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mayor. We are in the process of studying the Westby and Avenue of the Fountains intersection. There haven't been any specific decisions made on what type of traffic control will be there. But this project specifically, their entrance is farther down on Avenue of the Fountains, and they do have sidewalk crossing across at that location, which actually is a much better location. They don't have pedestrian access at that corner, so you have to go quite a ways away from that corner. So yeah, I mean, I think the issues we have on Avenue of the Fountains at Westby are there. They're really not going to be highly intensified by this project, I wouldn't think.
Okay, thank you. Councilman?
Thank you. Was it addressed whether this was a gated rental property community? It is gated.
It is a gated community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman?
Yeah, just a quick question. From the site plan, it looks like most of the units are clustered on the west side of the property. Is that correct?
Let me get my bearings. Yes, along Westby, right?
Okay, then that leaves a lot of unutilized land, does it not?
It is actually pretty filled out with, between the buildings, the walkways, and then along the interior, right here. I mean, these are all houses. This is Westby. And so this would be kind of like the western side of the property, I suppose. Along this interior edge is parking. There's not, I mean, there is open space because it's, that's part of the product of how they're developing it, but there's not just vast open amount of land.
Well, how much, I mean, do we know how much open space is going to be as you head east?
I head east. So coming Avenue of the Fountains, is that what you're referring to?
And then go to your right.
Here?
That area.
That's where Bash's is.
Oh.
So, yeah, there is a lot of parking there.
That's where they all shop.
Councilman?
I think you've answered my question.
Councilman
So
Charnow?
this is that big open space that you're talking about.
Well, Bash just doesn't hope it's open. They hope it's filled with cars, right?
Yeah.
One quick thing, and maybe town doesn't necessarily have purview over this, and I know it's maybe a product of the concept of the development, but you know, a lot of the parking spaces, you know, there's no garages at each unit, of course, so they're kind of shared parking. And I thought I read in the report somewhere like some of the units are like up to 500 feet away from the closest parking, which is like a football field and a half and then some. So, you know, and I know everyone who goes in there is going to know that, I guess, when they look at units and stuff, but it just seems in some of this heat and the monsoons and stuff, 500 feet is, you know, a little bit much in terms of moving your furniture in and all that kind of stuff. But I understand the paseo, I understand clustering the parking and such, but, you know, to have the homes, you know, be close and all that, but I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but that could be an issue down the road.
Mayor, the applicant actually did discuss this at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. It is part of their product. I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but basically people who move in there know that this is what they're moving into.
I was going to ask that. Maybe if you want the applicant to come up, we could ask, you know, because of the familiarity with this kind of a project and how that might accommodate the residents. I think that'd be great if everybody is okay with that. Could we ask the applicant to come up, please? Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes. I'm sorry. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a similar concern, and maybe the developer can address this, since Councilmember Charnow brought it up, the parking issue, because when I first looked at it, I did have similar questions, so if that could be addressed too, that would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Brennan Ray, 702 East Osborne, representing Keystone Homes. We're certainly very excited to be here to present tonight. As you can tell from some of the discussion that Marissa made, This is a kind of a unique, innovative development that is new to the town of Fountain Hills. It is not new to Maricopa County, nor is it new to the state of Arizona, in that the concept for this, and I'll get into it briefly because I know there's a number of questions that I need to answer, but the concept for this type of a one-story rental casita actually started in Tucson in the 1990s. And if you were to go down and look down there, you would see that this one-story rental casita concept has had success in Tucson. And we had the privilege of working with another client, not this one, to bring it up to the valley. And there are a number of these developments that have been built in as far southeast as Queen Creek and as far west as Surprise, and pretty much everywhere in between. And so we're excited to be here. Certainly we've worked hand in glove with staff at a variety of different levels to ensure that this development is a high-quality development, that it does meet the town's criteria and is appropriate for the area. And we're certainly appreciative of the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for approval. That is not something we take lightly, and so we're proud to be coming to you with both recommendations for approval. I've got a big, long presentation, some of which retreads what Marissa talked about. I don't get the sense that I need to go through all of that, although I'm happy to. But if I may, Mayor and Council, I'll start to try to check down my list. I tried to keep a list, wrong list. A list of things, questions that came up during staff's presentation, if that's all right. Okay. Let me answer first and foremost with respect to the rental rate. Providing every legal disclaimer that I can as an attorney in terms of what I'm about to tell you in terms of rental rates, because I know there's rules and regulations that I'm not familiar with relating to the sale or leasing of property. These homes, the range in terms of rent is going to be between $1,400 for the one bedroom all the way up to $2,200. And so our average rental rate is roughly about $1,700 per residence. Based on our calculations, we believe that that's a plus $3 million in revenue that will come to the town as a result of the 1.6, if I remember right, rental tax rate. Secondly, with respect to completion, and I know that Mayor, Councilmember Toles had some questions about completion, and I believe there's that question out there, how can we ensure completion? Truthfully, I don't know that there's a surefire guarantee way that you can always ensure completion. But that aside, I can tell you that the financing, the lending requirements that Keystone had to comply with as part of their loan was that it would be completed in a timely fashion. Keystone Homes, for those of you that don't know, is an Arizona-based business, family-based business. They've been developing communities in the valley for over 30 years. And in talking with Rich Enim Sr., who's here tonight and can certainly stand up and speak about his company and their reputation, in the over 30 years that they've been doing business, they've never not completed a subdivision. That includes various market downturns, including the Great Recession of 2006, 7, 8, right in there. And so there is that in place as well. Thirdly, with respect to conversion to rental, it is certainly, Keystone Homes does do single-family residences. They have developed a number of those. And they are entering into this market because it's a market that is gaining a lot of traction throughout the valley. And there are a number, as I understand it, of things that always come into play when we're talking about converting a residential community of this nature to a ownership for sale. I know that there can be a number of utility issues when we're dealing with meters and where utilities go and how those easements work to be able to get those to fee ownership homes. There's the issue of platting and then going out and individual parcelizing and platting and lotting out each of these. There's been no plans to do that, and I know that if we were ever to do that, which I don't believe that to be the case, we would go back through the city's processes to make sure that that happens. But again, there is no intention for this to convert. Because of the type of market that it appeals to, this type of development really represents a lifestyle choice. The people that come in this type of a community are usually ones that are wanting to stay in the area. They are ones that are wanting to truly have that lock it and leave it lifestyle, because this does combine the best of single-family living with residential or with multifamily traditional lease terms. And so it is very attractive. And as I mentioned, it's been very successful down in the Tucson area since the 90s. I think those are the important ones, but I know there's the bigger one that deals with the parking. And if there's others that I need to backtrack on that, I'm more than happy to do that. The parking, I'll start with this one. And as Marissa indicated, the way that your town code works is it's 1.5 for a one bedroom, I think a studio, 1.5. Let me pull it out instead of guessing here. In terms of parking, you've got 1.5 spaces for a one bedroom. Then you get into 2 spaces for a 3 bedroom, which under the code, that gets us to a total of 308 required parking spaces. And that's the typical town of Fountain Hill standard. And so what we are proposing to park this at is really 2.0 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So rather than going 1.5 and 2, we are proposing at 2.0. This information was provided to us, that's on the screen, from the town, and gives an example of the parking data from rental properties, apartment complexes that are within a 3-mile radius, a 5-mile radius, and a 7-mile radius. And you can see at the bottom, and it's kind of highlighted, it's kind of tough to see there in yellow. I don't know if this magic pointer works. I know it's tough to see for those in the audience, but I will tell you that at least when we're looking at average vehicles per renter occupied, that within a 3-mile radius is 1.6. Within a 5-mile radius, likewise, is 1.6. And with a 7-mile radius of this particular site is 1.5. And so we've got this somewhat of a historical data for a rental community in the town of Fountain Hills. And that's where this information was provided for. I will tell you anecdotally, having worked on a number of these developments throughout the valley and having had parking consultants, engineers look at these types of development and look at what is required. Usually that parking data comes in right around 1.7 to 1.8 in terms of parking spaces per dwelling unit. And as I indicated, we are parking this at 2.0, and we think that that is more than appropriate for this type of development and this type of location. Now, there was a couple of things that I heard that I don't believe were accurate, and I don't know if I said it. If I said it, I will apologize. I heard a comment about that we would eventually use commercial parking if we needed to offload into our site. That is not something that we have ever planned for. I don't believe that's something that I've ever said. I don't believe that my client has ever said that. So I'm not sure where this notion of us using the commercial development to satisfy any overflow parking needs for us came from. And I apologize if inadvertently that was said. Certainly there is no intention to do that. Secondly, there was a comment about the distance from parking stalls. And this is probably a good example. 500 feet is a very long way. That is actually a greater distance than what you have from here. From the parking lot here to the furthest residence is approximately 210 feet. And so there is a similar distance down here in terms of distance from parking areas up in there. So I'm not certain where that came from, but I wanted to speak to that as well, that as Marissa said, residents that move into this type of development will know what they are getting in for. And so that is something that we are aware of and have worked really hard to try to accommodate. One of the things that we talked about at the Planning Commission hearing dealt with where do we put the parking, especially if you consider that this is the back of house, where there are trash compactors, trash bins, delivery bays, and stuff like that. So that when you look on this site plan, with this being the back of house, we felt it more appropriate to provide the parking along here to be able to buffer our residents from the back of that commercial establishment. And so that was a very mindful, thoughtful thing as it related to our residents and what we do there. Westby, as was mentioned, we are making improvements along there. And so I think those are at least some of the questions. I'm sure there was one that I may have missed. I think one dealt with parking stall sizes and what we do there. And so we are requesting a 9 by 18 long parking space, and I think the town standard is 9 by 19. And the reason for that 1 foot reduction is actually to provide a parking stop and to provide a 2.5 foot overhang for vehicles, so that then that vehicle stops, there is enough for the vehicle overhang, and still yet enough space for people to access the sidewalks and to be able to use that pedestrian system. So with that, I've been speaking for a really long time, trying to proactively answer a lot of the questions that were asked before. I'm sure there's more that are going to be generated. And again, I can go into a lot more detail about what we're proposing. We're very excited about it, but I will defer to Mayor, you and this council.
Councilman?
Thank you. You know, I really like your project, and I'm going to be ultimately in favor of this. I just want to help me understand where you came up with $3 million for the revenue of this community, because that is way off from what my numbers are.
Yeah. In fact, I ran the numbers.
50,000.
It's about 48.9. So
I just calculated.
Your gross that you gave us was the rent that you actually gave us for all 147 units, 12 months, assuming 100% occupancy.
But with that being said, I think that what's important to our community, and I think what the ultimate objective is to bring more commerce downtown. And when you bring 147 potential families to downtown that are walking distance to the heartbeat of our community, I see that as a positive. So congratulations on bringing this to this level, and I hope it goes forward.
Thank you.
Councilman Charno?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for clarifying all that. And so you're saying the longest distance from parking to a home is 210 feet?
Through the mayor, Councilman Charno, yes, approximately 210 feet.
Okay. I apologize. I thought I read 500, but maybe that was something else. So my apologies on that. And the only other thing about the overflow parking to other neighboring commercial lots, that was actually a comment from staff in the staff report. So it wasn't attributed to you or the owner or anybody. It was staff saying that. So just to clarify.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no HOA kind of a thing, so, and then we touched on the short-term rentals. What would be the intention for the rentals to be for, just in general, the shortest?
Yeah, Mayor, I don't have a definitive answer because that is something that we're still studying on and trying to figure out. Obviously, we'd like to provide maximum flexibility in terms of what we can and can't do. I will tell you anecdotally, not related to this development, it's been my experience from other presentations that I've made public, not violating any attorney-client privilege, that the people that choose to live in this type of a community do so for a longer term, 12 months, 2 years, and longer, because I probably didn't do a good enough job explaining it, and I apologize, and permit me, if you will, just to explain it a little bit better. And this is probably as good example as we've got, because these are each individual units, residences. They have what I'll call 4 walls of freedom. They have no one above you, no one behind you, no one beside you. Each of these represents a standalone residence. And you can see that we've got them organized around common areas. and that's on purpose. You see that we've got them laid out. So the reason that they're laid out in that fashion, and this is a better example to see, is that each of these residences has a private rear yard. And so everyone has an ability to have a private rear yard and to go back there. That private rear yard, as well as what I'll call the common areas of the community, are going to be maintained by a property management company. So any maintenance in the rear yards, any maintenance on the exterior, the common areas, that will be handled by the property management company. And so because it's kind of this unique development, Keystone is trying to continue and figure out and fine-tune what makes the most sense in terms of appropriate lease terms, in terms of duration.
And then we talked a little bit about subletting, and would there be any protections on that, or a little bit of it would be allowed? And lastly, about the phases, and even though I understand you can't guarantee that everything would be bought, would there be any sort of insurance that if some phase did stop, that it would be not unsightly, that it would look finished, and we could go on even if you didn't get to the next phase?
Thank you. I'm looking to see, pardon me, Mayor.
Mayor, while he's looking for that, is there a performance bond that is required, and what is it?
I don't know.
To the council member's question, just to let you know, performance bonds are usually required for the public improvements. So in this case, there's sidewalks all around there. Randy, do you want to come up and kind of explain how that works? Usually we will allow a letter of credit, or we'll allow performance bonds, but the performance bonds usually only have to do with the public improvements, correct?
Mayor, Council, Grady, yes, that's correct. The performance bonds the town requires is for the public improvements. In general, we'll also require a performance bond for the sanitary district's facilities, rather than them getting a separate one, and EPCOR the same way. So it's basically the public and the quasi-public facilities, roadways, sewer, water, storm drainage, and all that type of thing. And the phasing, we haven't really discussed how we will require the bonding for the, or bonding or letter of credit, or what specific types of assurance we will require on this. We'll be meeting with the town attorney on that, and regarding how that'll be handled regarding the various phases. But in response to your question regarding, yes, the project needs to have a finished completion look at each phase in the process.
Thank you. Great.
Mayor, with respect to the question of phasing, I know this exhibit was in the packet. I don't know if you got that far in it. It's pretty far in the back of our book here. But nevertheless, I wanted to clarify, because it is called out as a phasing plan, but this is a move-in phasing plan. From a construction sequence, phase one would include all of the off-site improvements. So that would mean improvements to Avenue of the Fountains, improvements to Westby, improvements to Palisades. And part of those first phase improvements, construction phase, would include the installation of the perimeter landscaping and the perimeter theme wall. And so at the very minimum, you will have Avenue or La Montana constructed and finished, Avenue of the Fountains, the perimeter along there, perimeter along Westby, and the perimeter along Palisades. And then the internal construction will commence simultaneous, or a little bit after that. But from an appearance standpoint, if for whatever reason they don't happen, the perimeter certainly will be improved as part of phase one. And as I indicated, this is a move-in phase. They plan to build this like a typical single-family subdivision, where you will build part of it and then release those for rent and continue to move through the site in that fashion. I think that answered both of those questions, Mayor. There might have been...
The sublet,
Oh, sublet,
yeah.
thank you. There will be provisions in the lease agreement that they will have with the tenants that will prohibit and restrict the subletting.
Thank you. Councilman?
I have a question related to subletting, but I think my question is for council. Under the new state law, can they be used under the auspices of Airbnb?
Under the new state law, can these individual units be rented out as short-term rentals?
Or even part of the units?
Oh.
Airbnbs often just rent out a house,
A room or
bedroom,
something.
a room, right?
Sure. So as it stands, the statute, as I recall it, still permits property owners to use or to lease out, whether it's by room or by unit, short-term rentals, and we still have the same sorts of restrictions that we have had for the last couple of years on limiting use of short-term rentals. In terms of, there has been some recent development with respect to whether HOA or private developer or whoever, those restrictions have been held by our Superior Court to not apply to HOAs. So they could ban that type of a conduct or that type of rental use, but cities and towns still are subject to those restrictions.
I presume then that the rental agency, the owner of the units, can't put wording in the rental agreements prohibiting use of an Airbnb.
I don't know if there's anything by law that actually prohibits that. I'm not aware of. It would just be...
The subletting takes care of that.
Right, because usually you'll see no sublets or assignment of lease without
Right.
the consent of the landlord.
I guess
At least that's
the
my-
reason I'm asking is I've always thought that sublet had a different definition from people paying for a room, for example, under Airbnb.
I guess as I sit here today, I can't parse through it precisely, but I think that's my understanding of what a sublet would be.
Oh, David, you talk so much.
I know.
Yes, sir.
Totally
Councilman
like me,
Spellich.
huh? Thank you, Madam Mayor. I received 7 emails about this development versus the 107 on the other development in town. By the way, I do read all of them. I'll address the concern that the 5 pro emails was parking, along with Councilman Charnow. The people were very concerned about parking. After I looked at it, I also concerned. To address the 2 negative emails, the 2 negative emails were that looking at this is public housing. Spending 20 years of my life in Chicago working public housing, this is not public housing. Believe me when I tell you that. Take my word for it. Is there also in these negative emails, as they said that this development had a requirement for Section 8 housing residents?
Through the mayor, Councilman Spellich, no, there is no. As I understand Section 8 housing, that's a very complicated process that one has to apply for, and you may know better, having worked in
I
public
just want you to
housing.
address it because they said that I would never ask.
The answer is...
So they dared me.
Mayor, Councilman Spellich, there is no plans for Section 8 housing.
Okay, and in the developments that this family has done, what is their average occupancy rate in the other developments that they do?
Through the mayor, Councilman Spellich, this is they've been developing single-family fee simple for sale properties. This, unless I'm mistaken, is their first foray into this type of a rental community.
Oh, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So speaking of public input, do we have any cards on this? I'm sorry. Oh, Councilman Brown first, sorry.
This is actually for Marissa, if I could, please. It seems that every new project that comes to town, we do battles on parking and parking calculations, and time again, we are told that our calculations are different than every other community in virtually the world, that we require more than everybody else. Am I remembering this correctly?
I've heard that everywhere I've worked, though. So.
Well, no, that's.
But yeah, and it is something that we have talked about upstairs, in-house, addressing the parking requirements and how it's spelled out in the ordinance, and sometimes it's too much, and sometimes it's not enough, a la Starbucks, right? So trying to figure out what those balances are, but when you have someone come up with, where they've done their research in the study and, it differs from some blanket number that we have, we do often find that it's less. At least I have, anecdotally.
Thank you. And the reason I'm doing this is that it seems that almost every council person has requested a little more backup on the parking spaces. And as far as I can tell from the past projects that we have worked through the town, every developer has had concerns about the way we calculate our parking places, and what they are presenting is actually more than what we're actually requesting. So even the length, I believe, from my past experiences would be, you're okay. And if not, I'm sure Randy would have certainly pointed it out. But I personally do not have a problem with the parking count after the past developments that I've watched roll through the town.
Okay.
If that helps.
Councilman?
Mayor, if there is no further discussion, are we going to have public
Yes,
input before a motion will be made? Because I'd like to make a motion as soon as possible.
I wanted to give Councilman Brown an opportunity to speak, but yes, we do have speaker cards.
I just have one written card in support of the project. They don't
Thank
wish
you.
to speak. They
That
just
okay?
wanted to give that.
All right, appreciate that. I close the hearing, right? Thank you. The hearing is closed. If there are any further discussion or make a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the request to rezone the property to Keystone Pad with a requirement that the catch basin be constructed in Avenue of the Fountains as recommended by the town engineer and subject to the following conditions: ensure compliance with the Keystone Development Plan approved with the PAD except as modified below, ensure compliance with all of the town's adopted codes, requirements, standards, and regulations except as specifically stated and approved in the Keystone PAD Development Plan, and third, review and acceptance of the detailed design of the clubhouse as associated amenities by the Department Services Director.
Thank you. What was that? Yeah.
And with that motion, I just would like to say again, congratulations to getting this point. I just ran some quick numbers. I think this is probably a $35 million project for the town of Fountain Hills, and I think it's an asset to our community.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Mayor?
Aye. What's the matter?
Oh, I was going to make a
Sorry.
amendment.
Oh.
Motion to amend.
Motion already passed, sorry.
Act faster. Well, I would move to amend the motion that the 36 parking spaces out on Westby be rolled into the project.
That's okay.
Oh.
Right?
Well,
Can he rescind his second or something like that?
I'm not, my motion stands as is. I'm not addressing that amendment as is, and I'd like to move forward. Dennis has a second on my motion, and at this point right now, I guess we're in discussion or vote,
We have to
Mayor?
get a second on the amendment.
Are you accepting the amendment? Are you accepting allowing him to do an amendment since I didn't see him?
I'm not amending any aspect of the parking. I'm approving this as the P&Z has approved, 6-0, and also as our town staff, with a thorough evaluation of this, has also approved.
Okay.
Aaron?
What, Liz?
I just wanted to add, we need the motion needs to include that we adopt the ordinance, because it is a rezone, it's an ordinance.
We're not there yet. We have to vote on the.
Right, it's going to be a separate, is that item 8B, Liz?
Okay, sorry, am I on the wrong
No,
one?
that's okay, all right. Okay, so that's taken care of,
Mayor?
okay.
Councilman?
I'm going to second the amendment just for discussion purposes because I'm not sure I'm not
Sorry,
sure.
I just want to, it's at least my understanding that the votes occurred. If we said aye.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Well, I mean, Mayor didn't really look around, and, I mean, it just happened so fast, I didn't really have a chance to offer an amendment.
You can make another motion.
mean, I understand.
I don't think you can.
I'm kind of, though, at the point where, I mean, as a legal matter, it's done.
Do
Thank you,
we know
Sis.
what the vote was?
It wasn't in the.
Well, so far, hold on. Sorry, Councilman.
I think he said.
So you won't allow him to make an amendment and allow us to discuss that on your motion, since we went ahead and voted quickly?
I think we have a point of order and.
Can I have 30 seconds to
Of course.
address this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. We've done it plenty of times. We've had plenty of people to say, okay, we'll wait. Nobody would have a second on the amendment anyway. I don't know, that's what I'm saying, so, yeah.
We had 5 votes, yes, and then Mike said he'd like to make an amendment.
Madam Mayor, may I request a 2-minute recess? There's been a separate issue that I'm wanting to address with Marissa.
There's another issue that's come up, so we'll just recess until we can get that figured out. Thank you. Pardon me? Hi. We'll get going now. One thing I wanted to say is that we're being told that some of us aren't being heard, so everybody, if you could make sure that you use your microphone, I'm sure everybody would appreciate it. Thank you. You're welcome. So I apologize about that. Mike, we ran right through that like a quick vote, and but we appreciate your concerns, and I think that that there's more discussion that we can have about that.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, if I may
Yes.
address the sort of secondary that has now become the primary issue with respect to the motion. So, due to an error in the staff report, that left out move to approve Ordinance 19-09, which must be approved as a condition of removal. Councilman Tullis stated it correctly as it was written on the staff report. So what's going to need to happen in order for that rezoning to occur is that he's going to have to restate that motion as we've discussed with move to approve Ordinance 19-09 and then read the motion as written. Now, with respect to any proposed amendment that comes along, Councilman Charnow, I think the applicant would at least like an opportunity to address the proposal and maybe seek some clarification and address the proposal if that's okay with you, maybe before we put that on the table. I know that there's been some back and forth, and I'm just trying to manage the parties.
Well, I think in light of what I'm hearing up here, I'm not going to proffer that amendment anyway.
Okay.
So.
All right. Then
Okay.
I think. Oh.
So, Mayor, I'll move forward with what was requested, and I make a motion to approve Ordinance 19-09, a proposed amendment to the Fountain Hills Town zoning map. And I would add that we move to approve the rezone the property to Keystone PAD with a requirement that a catch basin be constructed in the Avenue of the Fountains as recommended by the town engineer, subject to the following conditions: ensure compliance with the Keystone Development Pad approved with this PAD, except as modified below, ensure compliance with all of the town's adopted codes, requirements, standards, and regulations, except as specifically stated and adopted in the Keystone PAD Development Plan. And third, review and acceptance of the detailed design of the clubhouse and associated amenities by the Development Services Director. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any amendments? No. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. 6-1. We'll move on to the next item, which is a public hearing considering ordinance 19-14. I'll call the hearing into session like this, and then we'll hear our report. Thank you. John.
Mayor, Council, good to be with you this evening. This is a request that came from a citizen to amend the city's or the town's zoning code with regard to some of the requirements for medical marijuana. The application was made by Mark Steinmetz. He's requested two modifications to our medical marijuana ordinance. The first is to amend the hours of operation. The enabling statutes provide for certain limits on the hours of operation. They are proposing to adjust what we currently have from 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening to be 8 in the morning till 10 at night, which is within the parameters established by the state. In researching this, staff looked at what many of the surrounding communities have in their ordinances. There's quite a variety of time frames within what the state allows. Phoenix is at that 8 to 10 time frame. Mesa, as I recall, is 8 to 9 in the evening. Others vary from to I think like. I left my notes over there. Paradise Valley goes to like 2:30 in the afternoon or something like that, and not all of them go every day of the week. But most of them do allow for more of the evening type hours as is being requested here. We did look at any impacts from the current facility and its operations in town. Did not find any reports of any difficulties or problems from the current hours of operation. Did not anticipate any additional concerns. The other request is that we allow for delivery of the products. State statutes, again, do allow for delivery. It's up to communities to decide for themselves if they want to go ahead and implement that particular option. As I looked at other communities in the area, I found several that do specifically, as Fountain Hills does, not allow for delivery. Several of the ordinances I looked at were silent on the matter, and by that it would say to me that they do allow deliveries since the state allows for that. The city of Mesa does specifically allow for deliveries consistent with what's provided for in state statute. So that's, again, the background we have and what the request is from the applicant in this particular case. Staff was supportive of these changes, and the Planning and Zoning Commission has also recommended approval. They did make one modification in what was presented, and that is that the delivery hours be limited to the same hours that the facility is open. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Council? Councilman?
Thank you. I do have a question. And is the applicant here?
Yes.
Yes.
So I do have a question, and this is in regards to sales tax revenues. And I'm curious, number one, are we collecting sales tax revenues on the sale of medical marijuana?
That's not one I will be able to answer. I don't know if Mr. Pock can or if the applicant can tell us.
Yes?
The applicant?
Okay,
Thank
so question number two, and this is from a background in banking, and my understanding that you're not able to bank with FDIC-insured institutions at the time. How do you? Oh, has that changed?
Yes. You can come up and answer questions, and thank you.
So I guess my question is this: how do we calculate and how do you report what your sales are and what the revenues for the town of Fountain Hills would be?
Oh yeah, well. We're highly regulated, as you know. The Department of Health Services regulates us, and we perform an audit on the locations every year, a full audit that's submitted as part of our license renewal process. And so there's good data kept on transactions. We also enter every transaction into a separate database for the State Department of Health, which is HIPAA protected, but it does track the sales, and we're also required to report our daily sales to the bank. So the bank we use is a state chartered bank. It's regulated by the Federal Governmental Budget Office. It is FDIC insured, but it's not regulated by the FDIC. But they have to jump through a lot of regulatory hoops in their regular audits. So we have to report our daily sales to them as part of the cash management process to make sure that there's no money laundering taking
Correct,
place.
sure, yeah. Interesting, okay. So that number, are you privy to say what that number is to the town of Fountain Hills?
I calculated it. I was just looking at some notes from a while back, and I believe it's somewhere around $75,000. I could be a little high or low on that. I could
a year
go back. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Magazine?
Yeah, I was present at the P&Z hearing where you spoke, and I'm just picking up on a couple of the questions you were asked then. Who would be making the deliveries?
Our employees.
Only? Just your employees?
Just our employees, yeah. No Uber drivers, just our employees. They have to be background checked, fingerprinted. It's a pretty serious matter that they go through. It's a pretty rigorous test. And, so these are the people that would normally be servicing our patients in the retail establishment who would be basically driving unmarked vehicles to, taking different routes to different residences in the area.
Just answered one other question. They're unmarked vehicles, is that correct?
That's correct.
As I understand it, you're not part of this facility. You're part of a territory with other facilities, is that right?
When I won the license in Fountain Hills in 2012, I also won one in Central Phoenix, right off the I-17 on McDowell. But since then, we've applied and won applications in a very difficult comparative hearing process in Maryland and in Pennsylvania and in Connecticut. We've won licenses in Massachusetts and in Michigan.
Who is we?
I founded the company in 2012 and 2013. I brought in some additional investment partners, and they're still my partners today, and we're also partnered in those other states. They were capital investors who helped us build out our cultivation facilities and so forth.
So the other one you have operating is in Phoenix, is that correct?
That's true, yes.
Have you had any problems at all, of any kind?
No, and I'm proud to say it is probably, when I bought the building, 2012, one of the highest crime districts in the entire state of Arizona, and we have not had a single issue. I built it like a bank, and I also built this facility in Fountain Hills like a bank. It was an existing structure, but we installed bulletproof glass and gravel-filled, backfilled walls. I studied bank construction. We have probably 3 times the number of security cameras required by the Department of Health. We went really overboard, but I have no regrets about it. I mean, we've had no issues.
You're ultimately probably going to have a lot of facilities. How do you determine who manages these facilities?
Well, we've promoted from within. I mean, we started out, it was just a handful of employees, and we built an organization. Today we have, I think, well over 400 employees.
400 employees where?
Around the country.
Oh.
Many of which in Arizona, though, most of which in Arizona, between the cultivation facilities and their dispensaries. We have complete health care plans, full employee benefit package. So we are proud that we are employing a lot of folks. There are over 5,000 agents of the Department of Health Services in the medical marijuana program today.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to verify, the hours that you're requesting on a daily basis are 8 until 10?
Yes.
And delivery from open at 8 till 10 at night, correct?
That is consistent with the hours we've been maintaining in the city of Phoenix. Actually, we were the first dispensary in the city of Phoenix to gain that privilege of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and virtually every dispensary now in Arizona and Phoenix, Arizona operates 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Right, and then other than Phoenix, the chart that we have here lists other cities. And so what you're requesting is something that none of those other cities provide. Like there's always a limit, either 9 to 7, or no one has approved, other than Phoenix, the hours that you're asking for. And I toured your, well, I've got the list.
Chandler's 10 o'clock.
But not 8 to 10, 9 to 10 in Chandler.
Well,
so I just say that because I did tour your facility, and I spoke with you then, and I shared with you my opinion then that I thought 10 o'clock was too late. I still have that opinion. I looked at the pharmacies in town, and there's only one that's open until 10, but that pharmacy does not enjoy the privilege of having a pharmacy open from 8 until 10. So you're actually asking for more than that pharmacy, the only one that's open until 10. In addition, I did some looking at pizza deliveries. And there's no pizza delivery that actually, if they deliver, there's one that delivers till 10. And that particular facility doesn't obviously deliver from 8 until 10. So you're the only entity asking in Fountain Hills for that privilege. And I shared with you some of my reasons, but I'm going to refer to the mission statement for the town as to my reason really is one of the listed statements on the mission statement is respecting its special small town character and quality of life. And I, not in those words, but kind of shared that with you when I toured your facility. I just think 10's too late, just my opinion. And that I think you're asking for more than what others are privileged to have.
Address those issues?
Absolutely.
Target is open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., am I not mistaken?
It is, but not the pharmacy.
Okay, but they sell over-the-counter medications as well. And so does, Walgreens and CVS. I believe they're open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., aren't they?
Probably.
I think they are, yeah. Last night, I just checked a week ago, and they were, unless they changed their hours.
And I was looking at pharmacy hours.
Right, but I'm looking at retailers. They also sell over-the-counter, and I think this has become more of an over-the-counter product. You do need a prescription card, but under adult use, studies have been done, and over half of those users are actually medical users and cite medical reasons for why they're using it. They just didn't want to be in a state database. I believe that access to medicine is key. I think retail hours are retail hours. There's a reason why Walgreens and CVS are open until 10. There's a reason why Target's open to 10 p.m. There's a reason why Walmart is open 24/7, because there's a lot of folks that work at different times, but the people who work traditional working hours often don't get home and have dinner and do their dishes and get ready to go out and do things in the evening until 7, 8 o'clock at night. And they only have a couple of hours until 10 to shop. And that's why if you go out shopping at night, 8 to 10 p.m., it's busy. You have to wait in a checkout line in most Targets and most Walgreens and Walmarts and so forth in the evening. Evening and weekends are when people shop. And I think restricting access to medicine because Fountain Hills thinks it should be more restricted is just not serving the public interest.
And this is my opinion, and I'm just in response to what you just said. The reason I looked at the pharmacy hours was because those are regulated medicines and yours is regulated. Mm-hmm. And of note also is the fact that probably on the 2020 ballot is going to be recreational marijuana. So if that does pass, and if you are allotted the opportunity to sell recreational marijuana, that will increase traffic, I suspect, very likely, increase traffic or customers in your facility. So again, this is just my opinion, but I'm not in favor of the 10 p.m. 9 p.m. really, for some reason, just doesn't bother me as much.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Part of the reason why evening is important, too, is if you look at the medical research as to when people use this medicine, it's primarily to relieve pain, and it's a heavy sleep medication. A lot of people prefer it because they're dealing with medical issues that interrupt their sleep pattern, and they're looking for a sleep aid. And that's why indica forms of cannabis are so popular among our patients. So that is an evening situation. Most people don't want to medicate and go to work. They do it in the evening, often after dinner. The kids are before bedtime, and that's when they often find a need to get medicine if they don't have it. And so 8 to 10 o'clock as an industry is the most popular time, and that's why virtually all the Phoenix dispensaries in Chandler and so forth are open until 10, and Mesa is even open until 9. So I mean, it is an evening, driven, use medication.
Councilman Spellich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too, with Councilman LaCrone, toured your facility. You have a very impressive facility. Obviously, you know my background and my whole life in law enforcement. And during your tour, you continuously said you just wanted to be treated like CVS and Walgreens, at which point I asked you what aisle the pull-ups and the suppositories were in.
We actually do.
So I think we have to look at the big picture. The recreational vote was very close. Even though I'm against it, I believe that there's a very strong possibility it'll pass this time around, which leaves your place open till 10 o'clock. I, too, along with Councilwoman LaCrone, said to you, what about 9 o'clock? And, you just said that it would be detrimental to your business and everything, which I don't personally see it. But I, too, am opposed to it. And I just... The concept that you want to be treated like, Target and everything, you just can't compare the two, in my personal opinion.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. So help me understand that your facility is within probably 10 minutes driving time to any residence in the town of Fountain Hills. So why would we want to have delivery services in the town of Fountain Hills?
Because there are a lot of folks that cannot leave their homes, they're institutionalized or they are immobile. We have lots of elderly folks that have lost their privilege to drive but use this medication for pain management. And they are frustrated when they call our store and ask if we can deliver, and we say no. Most everything in the world can be delivered these days, and often is, and we cannot. And so they're frustrated. They ask us why, and we tell them it's a local zoning ordinance. And I promised many of them that I would be here tonight speaking on their behalf. The alternative is for them to get a caregiver, and a caregiver card is very expensive to obtain. It's $350 a year. And it's a pretty major hassle for a family member, a loved one, or a friend to go through that for somebody who's immobile and requires, pain management care. You've probably heard about the opiate epidemic in the country. You can't turn on a television or pick up any kind of publication and not read about it. Last year there were 70,000 people that lost their lives to opiate medications. I mean, that's the most popular pain medication. It's highly addictive. Cannabis is not highly addictive for most people. And that, in the states that have regulated cannabis, their opiate deaths have fallen 25%. I don't think it's right to cut off people from their choice of medication, and if they can't get it delivered, they just can't get it in many cases.
Councilman Charles?
I'm not, if I may. Yep. I'm sure you'll recall my final statement while you were here last time, and I will stand by that, and I'm sure that doesn't surprise you. I see the need. I know the need. I have acquaintances that frequent your facility. I don't see that they're going to get out as late as you're wanting to stay open. I'm not in favor of it at all. And as far as the deliveries, how in the world did we get such a strong business for 7 years now without having deliveries?
That's a I don't know where you get the strong business thing. My dispensary in Phoenix does 5 times the number of business.
Well, my God, how much bigger is Phoenix than Fountain Hills?
Well, but
let's get this in proportion.
Yeah, but there's more dispensaries there. We're not the only dispensary in Phoenix, obviously. There are, I think, 45 or 50. I've been at this for a while. I was told back in 2013 when I opened the store here, Mark, we need to walk before we run. It's been 6 years of walking, and I'm just looking to have a level playing field with most of the dispensaries in the state. The state law suggests 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And most, virtually all of Sun City dispensaries now are open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. You can go online and check that out. 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. I was just there visiting several of them. Last year I was president of the Arizona Dispensary Association, so I talk to a lot of these folks on a regular basis. I know the facts about when they're open and when they're operating, and we are at an extreme disadvantage here. I have a lot of folks in the dispensary business that they say, Mark, why do you operate in Fountain Hills? It's a hostile environment. It's a difficult place. Well, excuse me, I'm talking about the past town councils, and I'm sorry. But it has been difficult to simply get the same kind of operating hours the rest of the dispensaries in the state have had, and the same kind of access to medicine for the patients in this community. The patients appreciate us. The employees are terrific, and we've been very loyal to this town for that reason. But there are limits to the loyalty, and these licenses are movable, and maybe you don't want a dispensary here. That's a very realistic possibility that I have to consider as well. And I'm just asking to be treated fairly as a business in order to, we really don't make a lot of money there. We do about 20% of the patients that we do in Phoenix, and we are building a new location actually in North Phoenix to which to move another license, and I don't want it to be the Fountain Hills license.
Councilman Tullis?
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, you come across, and not just come across, I can tell you're very professional, and the fact that first question I asked you in regards to the banking for your industry, that is a big deal, and I think you understated what you had to go through to have a state-chartered bank accept you as a customer, because it isn't easy. And I used to work for Horizon Community Bank, and I know the whole process. Even financing that building when Vladimir had previously owned it was very, very difficult. So it's clear to me that you have a reputation to uphold. You have other business ventures in other states. You have investors. These people have vetted you. They understand that you're being very professional in this business and respected. Personal experience, I also visited your store. It was incredibly secure, very, very professional. My father had pancreatic cancer. I went in and I talked to them about the alternatives for helping him with his pain and his pain management, and I couldn't say more positive things about your facility and what the possibilities for the medical aspect of this were. I don't see any reason why we should say no to 10 o'clock. I know we live in a community that has a lot of elderly people. I know we live in a community that if you have unmarked cars driving to their homes, they are not driving 70 miles an hour through Fountain Hills, and they're not delivering pizza at the same time they're bringing their medical marijuana needs. So I am not opposed to this. I know there's a need for it, and I'm also not afraid to say, well, what's going to happen when it becomes legalized? When it becomes legalized, if and when it does, game over in regards to these issues that you're having within your industry, and that's something that we'll have to address and deal with at that time. But you come across, and I believe you are sincere and professional and want to take care of residents of this community that need your services. So I have no problem with this going forward at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Councilman Charno? 'Cause he hadn't talked yet.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick question, and then I have kind of a long comment, so I'll beg some indulgence there. But so your Phoenix dispensary is allowed to deliver, correct?
Yes.
So can a Fountain Hills card holder go through your Phoenix dispensary and have it delivered to their house?
It's not economically viable to deliver from the west side of Central Phoenix all the way over here.
But it's legally possible.
It's legally possible, but it would cost a fortune. We'd have to charge a pretty large delivery fee, which isn't really fair to the consumer.
Well, I just want to preface my comments by saying I'm a member of the Fountain Hills Coalition, a board member. I've been on that organization for 9+ years now, and I became interested in drug prevention efforts because I was witnessing firsthand the devastating effects that drugs have on our children and our families. And I've studied various aspects of marijuana over the years, and I know how harmful it is to a child's brain, results in additional destructive habits and conditions. And make no mistake, drugs such as nicotine, alcohol, marijuana are definitely gateway drugs that often lead young people to make more devastating, life-changing decisions that lead to more dangerous and deadly drugs. So I think extending the hours of this dispensary will only make our job more difficult in keeping young people off drugs. And the original Fountain Hills ordinance concerning dispensaries was conservative by design. Maybe it was even hostile, I don't know, but it was 2011, and I know there were concerns at that time, of course. And one of the reasons was because Fountain Hills voters actually rejected medical marijuana at the ballot box, even though it did pass statewide. The vote was 4,757 against and 4,285 in favor. So I think that's why the council approached it in that manner at that time. And you can say attitudes have changed since then. I understand that. And, recreational might happen. But, the fact remains that previous councils have already granted you 2 extensions to your hours already. And I just don't see any compelling reasons to extend them tonight. In your application, you stated you have patients that come as far away from Page and Yuma because of your unique, products. But, that's terrific. If that were me, I'd plan a 2-day trip because it is quite a distance. They could come into our town. They could eat at some of our fine restaurants, stay at a hotel here in town. That would even boost our taxes even more. So, if they're just coming on a day trip, I just don't see that happening. And I would argue that all patients already have more than reasonable access, all right? Especially the last extension gave you 7 days a week. So, you use the argument about people working and the dinner time and, it's a nighttime medication, that type of thing. But I don't think all your card holders are working 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. all 7 days. So I think the hours are there, the access is there. I don't think we're preventing anyone from getting their medicine. And to me, I see it as a self-imposed need. I haven't seen any emails come my way begging from patients to extend your hours. I just think this is greedy and unnecessary. And it's all for one drug, that's considered still illegal at the federal level. So I just don't agree with this.
May I answer?
Well, I'm still giving my comment, Mayor, so. As for delivery, I just see this as a giant Pandora's box waiting to explode. Again, I haven't seen any protesters outside Fountain Hills or the town hall demanding that medical marijuana delivery be allowed here. I think too many things can go wrong and will go wrong. And just because some other cities allow it doesn't mean we have to. Staff report said, Gilbert, Paradise Valley, Carefree, Payson, and Apache Junction all prohibit delivery. So, I think those towns are similar to ours, rather than Phoenix or Chandler. And as pointed out, Fountain Hills cardholders can get their medicine from other dispensaries that do deliver. They could hire Uber or some other transportation service to get them to your dispensary.
They cannot.
If they're
Unlawful.
If they're elderly or whatever.
It's unlawful, sir.
Okay. Or as you stated too, they could get caregiver cards. I don't know how much they cost, but if this medicine is so needed, they could probably find a way to pay for caregiver cards. So I just think the arguments presented are weak, and I just don't. I see this as a self-imposed hardship claim, and I think our existing ordinance more than meets, the public health, safety, and welfare of our citizens who are already card holders. I think extending these hours would just increase the chances of marijuana getting in the hands of young people even more, and I just don't want to be a part of that. And I would hope all councilmen who were here last time kind of stick by their statements about they didn't want the applicant to come back. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, well, may I respond? Yes. All right, there's a lot there that was quite a soliloquy. Quote unquote medicine is offensive, first and foremost. You talk to people who are suffering from cancer who are using this to help with their radiation treatment symptoms or their chemotherapy, and it's more than quote unquote medicine. You need to understand this is medicine for a lot of people. It was in the Book of Pharmacopoeia for the American Medical Association for years and years before the prohibition came about and made it illegal. It's been one of the most effective medicines in the world for thousands of years, as documented by historians. There's a lot that's taken place, Michael, that you're obviously not aware of, and I'm sure there's some folks from the coalition here and that will speak, and that's fine. We all get our voice, but the fact of the matter is that dispensaries do not put medicine on the street that end up in the hands of teens. The black market does that, and there's plenty of research. I went online in 2012 before I was an applicant in this program to find the truth about this. I went to the CDC database, the Centers for Disease Control. They do something called the Teen Health Assessment Risk Survey. It's done in every state every other year, so the data is very, very current. And you can go online and just look at and correlate the data. I'm a data researcher. I've worked for ABC and CBS for many years and developed radio formats and looked at trends and listening and so forth. So I'm kind of a data geek. I looked at this data and said, how does this affect kids? I lost my son to a drunk driver many years ago. I wanted to quit my job and just go on a mission just to shut down every liquor store and brewing establishment in the country. I realized that wasn't A, realistic, and B, it wasn't effective. Prohibitions don't work. And what we find through the research of the CDC is wherever a medical cannabis program has come online, teen use goes down. It went down 17% in the first year after Arizona passed its medical marijuana laws in this study. It's a vast study. Virtually every high school student takes this, 8th grade through 12th grade, takes the survey. And the data, worst case scenario, it stayed flat. In many cases, in most cases, it went down. And now we're seeing the data years later, now that we've got, 11 states with adult use regulations, when it becomes even more prevalent in terms of accessibility, not just to patients but to all population, teen use falls even further. If you're a historian, you go back and look at the alcohol prohibition, you probably know that there was a huge teen alcoholism problem back in the Prohibition years because they could get into Grandma's bathtub gin and Uncle Fred's still out in the woods. The kids knew where this stuff was. They had access to it. But when it became regulated, And it became economically unfeasible for, and not necessary for folks to go to those extremes to create alcohol, and it was a regulated liquor store establishment product. The teen use fell dramatically, and teen alcoholism rates fell dramatically. Crime rates fell dramatically. We're seeing all those same patterns in the cannabis program, Michael. I mean, it's taking place all around the country, and the data is accessible. I'd like to pass out an article that was just published last month. It's a research letter from, if you could take one and pass it along, I appreciate it. And here's one about some new laws that Congress just passed. If you could take one, pass it along. Congress just passed an act that made it legal for regulated states to run their cannabis programs and to operate without federal law enforcement interference. The DEA has been officially now defunded. This was first set into a policy under the Obama administration in 2014 by U.S. Assistant Attorney Cole in something called the Cole Memorandum that became policy all across the country. AGs across America adopted it, but now Congress passed it. It narrowly missed in 15, and it passed by 2/3 majority in the House and Senate. Just last month. I mean, people are looking at this data. They're educated. They're looking at the facts, and the facts are this is good public policy, and it's creating tax revenue. It's creating most of the revenue goes to public safety, police, fire departments, education. It's time has come about, and I know this town is still clinging. Some members of this town are still clinging to that this, more drugs, more cannabis on the streets is just putting more cannabis in the hands of kids. And it's not true. The opposite is actually true. The irony is that the only people opposed to this today are the drug cartels and the money behind the drug cartels and those that are just not informed of the facts. I mean, it's just ironic. Those that are trying to help kids are actually hurting kids by not understanding this. There is a gateway element, and it has nothing to do with cannabis. It has everything to do with the distribution system that sells drugs to kids. That is the gateway problem. So when you see these studies and it shows cannabis rates falling in 8th graders, 12th graders in these states, it's not a coincidence that methamphetamine is way down, cocaine is way down, heroin is way down. I mean, if you care about kids, you should care about this policy, you should learn the facts, you should study the data. I'm sorry, I get a little emotional about this. But.
Councilman Magazine. Thank you. Councilman Magazine.
Last week, I received an email from Councilman Charno asking if I would meet with him for a cup of coffee. And I did, and we talked about several things.
Would you speak up, please? We can't hear you.
Last week, I had a cup of coffee with, can you hear me now?
Yes.
With Councilman Charno. We talked about a few things, and then he said, where were you on this marijuana thing? And I said, well, I'm inclined to support it, the hours. With that, he pulled a transcript out of his pocket of the last meeting we had where I said I was against it and I don't want it taken up again by the council. Talk about being sandbagged by a fellow councilman. Having said that, I haven't heard anything really that persuades me that extending the hours by 2 hours is going to make any difference whatsoever, except possibly to the patients who need it. This small-town character that was mentioned. Our bars are probably open till 2 a.m. We probably have more problems with drunks in this town than anything else. If you want to talk about limiting hours, I'd probably support limiting their hours to 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. There's just no comparison in my view. So,
please don't. I appreciate your being here and your interest.
I would note that P&Z voted 6-0 in favor of these hours. I'm sitting here, I'm listening, I'm respectful of my colleagues, but I haven't heard anything that convinces me that adding a couple of hours is going to make any difference whatsoever. So I favor the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want anything else, Councilman Tullis?
Well, I'll just end with this. Mike, Councilman Mike, he had mentioned that it's a weak argument. And I just I had a thought of what's weak is when you see someone who needs this that's desperate. That's what's weak. So, like Councilman Magazine just said, it's the residents that need this that we are supporting them. It is not a high school student ordering medical marijuana. This man's reputation is far, far more important in his business of helping people in Arizona and throughout this country. I know, based on what you've said tonight, that you wouldn't risk that reputation to be in violation of any of your restrictions in your business. So again, I'm in favor of this.
Thank you. One of the biggest items to me is that the legality, both by state law and DHS, is 8 to 10, of course, 7 to 10, and allowing that it could be delivered. So that's a big issue right there, both permitted through state law and DHS. I know that you have said that there have been no issues here in Fountain Hills, and there have not. I look at this as a legal business. I don't dispute that children shouldn't have it and that people shouldn't have fake cards and do the things that they do with doctor prescriptions and that they do with alcohol and other things like that. I don't see that connection here. As far as the scrutiny of whether we think it's profitable or useful for you to have longer hours, we don't do that with any other business. We don't question everybody's talking about pizza, but we don't say, hey, well, don't you have just 4 people come in after 9? It's not for us to say, really. I think that I don't see the justification in the scrutiny that we're giving this legal business that serves our community. And so those hours, I just can't oppose that change or the delivery as long as those are within the legal limits of the state of Arizona. You're a business just like any other here in town, operating and serving our community. So I don't know, we will keep the hearing open, we'll take public comment, and then we'll see if the council has anything else to say. I'm sorry? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the scrutiny comes from my perspective. I know others are in disagreement. Are the other cities listed, and the fact that their hours are not, the ones that are listed, are not as what this guy is asking for. So that's where the scrutiny is coming in. I want you to know when I vote no, that you don't take it as anything against medical marijuana. It is legal. That is not the issue for me tonight. It's done, said and done, okay? It is what I said earlier as far as the hours.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. I also think that to kind of group us into, because we're opposed to this, as being a part of a drug cartel, or just not having knowledge. Thought that was rather rude on your part. I spent my whole life chasing people with drugs and everything. So maybe you know a little bit more about statistics, but I know about drugs, and I'm surely not a part of a drug cartel. You were out of line.
Thank you. There have been dozens of articles written about this, and it's pretty available information. I do want to comment to a comment that you had mentioned, the idea that a phony ID could be used as it is in a bar or a restaurant when somebody might be underage and ordering is an impossibility in the medical marijuana program, because every card is verified every time a transaction is made. The card number is actually verified in a database, and we have to actually enter the amount of cannabis purchased by that patient. And if the card number doesn't line up with the ID card, that person's not served. That card is kept and turned over to the state. And we've actually never encountered that. It's just our policy. We know the possibility exists, but I've been operating these 2 dispensaries for 6 years. We've never encountered a single counterfeit card because they would be caught immediately.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards? Yes.
First one is, John Desham? No. Doug Hebert?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Doug Hebert. I'm also a member of the Fountain Hills Substance Abuse Coalition. In addition to that, I'm also a retired Drug Enforcement Administration agent. Did 27 years with the DEA. Retired as the Assistant Special Agent in Charge here in Arizona. Just kind of want to remind everybody that it's still Congress, Republicans, and Democrats have not removed marijuana as a Schedule I controlled substance from the Controlled Substance Act. So technically, it's still against federal law. And I know that the DOJ memo that Mr. Steinmetz referred to, entities of the federal government don't even recognize that memo because it's still against the law for federal employees to use marijuana. It's against the law for airline pilots, ship captains, railroad engineers, bus drivers, airline mechanics, and a lot of others to use marijuana in any form. So it's not even recognized. And I'm somewhat surprised that this letter that was in the packet that Mr. Steinmetz submitted, there was a lot of reference to staying open late because of patients that are traveling as far as from Page and Yuma to come here and get their marijuana from Fountain Hills. And I was kind of surprised that the Planning and Zoning Department went along with that because when you look at their mission, and the first statement says that they're dedicated to enhancing the quality of life of Fountain Hills. And I just can't seem to grasp how patients traveling from Page and Yuma enhance my quality of life in Fountain Hills and the relevant population of the community. In fact, if patients were traveling from Yuma and Fountain Hills to any pharmacy in Phoenix, for DEA, that would be a huge red flag. Okay. The other part is he owns another marijuana dispensary in Phoenix, and that dispensary is open till 10 o'clock. And he goes at great lengths in his memo to talk about the medication type, that there are certain growers, providers, strains, potencies, etc., and that's the reason why he attracts patients as far away as Page and Yuma. But if you go to the Nature Medicine's website and look at the Phoenix location and you pull up the Fountain Hills location, the marijuana that they offer in either location is identical. Okay? It's the same quality, it's the same price, whether it's Phoenix or Fountain Hills. So you can get, and they have their marijuana appropriately named Super Glue, Do-si-dos, Bubble Gum, Honey Cream, Girl Scout Cookies, Wedding Pie, Blue Suede Skittles, and Hybrid Lamb, Hog, Goat Breath, and Death Star, equally at both locations. So he also talked about the variance necessity and the difficulty of commuting for patients having to take public transit. Well, there is no public transit in Fountain Hills to begin with. And also, if you Google the distance between Yuma and Page to Fountain Hills versus Phoenix, they'll actually save 20 minutes to a half an hour by going to the Phoenix location.
Sorry, sir, could we really have 3 minutes each, please?
Which is open until 10 o'clock. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh, a councilman would like to ask you a
Oh,
question.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think so.
We can discuss
On
it.
the
It's on the agenda. We can discuss agenda items.
A yes or a no?
Yes.
Thank you. You're talking generally about marijuana, but you haven't addressed the issue of opening 2 hours longer. What is the big deal about opening 2 hours longer?
Well, what I'm saying is the justification that he submitted to the Planning and Zoning and to the council was the fact that he wanted the extra 2 hours to accommodate patients that were traveling from Yuma and traveling from Page. And what I'm saying, he already has a business open till 10 o'clock in Phoenix that can easily be accessed by anybody.
Okay, I think we have other speaker cards. Thank you, sir.
You know, Mayor, I do have a question for this gentleman. May I ask him a question as well?
Sure.
Okay. You know, your background is impressive. And I want to know, from your perspective, Are there cases of these medical marijuana distribution facilities and the marijuana actually, the same stuff, I'm sure you can determine where it comes from. Are these kids getting a hold of this stuff?
They are getting a hold of it by the card holders themselves that are selling it in the second market.
And have there been prosecutions to actually prove that this is happening?
I'm sure that there has. I'm not aware of
In
the
your
statistics.
experience and your background and in your 27 years, have you ever prosecuted a card holder for distributing medical marijuana?
Well, as the Drug Enforcement Administration agent, we did not target that level of trafficking. Ours was for on the international scale, so no, my answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I don't think anybody up here condones illegal activity of any kind, though. That you just want to make sure that you know that.
Next one is Shelley Mowry.
Hi.
Hi there, good evening, thank you. Last month, I just want to address, Mr. Steinmetz had a lot of data, and that was 2012, and so I'm going to just bring you up to date on some of the data. In addition, just last month, 2019, a new study published in the journal Addiction found that living near a marijuana dispensary increases the likelihood of marijuana use among young people. In Arizona, there was a 33% increase in youth marijuana use from 2016 to 2018. This is the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission Arizona Youth Survey. There was a bigger increase for Maricopa County students and Fountain Hill students 8th, 10th, and 12th grade. If this trend continues in 2020, we will have record high we will record record high marijuana use amongst our youth. And illegal diversion of medical marijuana is alive and well in Fountain Hills and Arizona. In Maricopa County, 1 out of 5 8th and 10th graders get their marijuana they use from a medical marijuana card holder. 1 out of 3 12th graders get the marijuana they use from a medical marijuana card holder. What's more alarming is that highly potent marijuana has swept the market, raising concerns about serious health risks. Our youth are using high-potency concentrates like wax, shatter, and sauce, putting them at risk for school failure, depression, and psychotic breaks. The Fountain Hills Dispensary has products as high as 87% THC, and according to the medical field, there is absolutely no scientific research and randomized trials that indicates this level of THC is beneficial for any medical condition. I've been here from the very first request for extended hours to today, the 3rd, and my only concern is our kids. In a small town, most people like it when their friends, neighbors, and business associates keep their word. In 2015, the hours were extended. In 2017, the hours were extended, and there was a promise not to come back before the council to ask for additional hours, and here we are. All along the way, the dispensary has asked to be treated as a pharmacy. Tonight, let's treat it as a pharmacy. From 2017 to 2019, the number of hours at Fountain Hills pharmacies are open have gone down. CVS, Fry's, and Bashas' have reduced pharmacy hours. The 6 pharmacies in Fountain Hills are open around 70 hours per week. There is a direct link to access and availability of this drug for our kids. The more accessible marijuana is, the more our children will be using. The request tonight is to increase the number of hours at the dispensary to 98. That's 11 more hours than Walgreens is open and 28 more than the average pharmacy. Please deny the request and keep the dispensary hours in line with the current pharmacy average of 70. On delivery, there is not a single pharmacy in Fountain Hills that will deliver a controlled substance. CVS cannot deliver painkillers to your door, and there's a reason for it. There is a high potential for abuse and diversion, and that's why marijuana delivery is a bad idea in Fountain Hills. Remember, when you are dealing with THC potency levels from 20 to almost 90%, this is a drug delivery service. You will be giving the green light to diversion in our community, and once it starts, you can't stop it. Please don't put the marijuana industry interests above our community's public health and public safety and deny extended hours and delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You have another card?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
getting to Pam Agaloo.
Hello.
Hello. I'm here because I am a member of the Fountain Hills Coalition, but I'm here as their resident addict. I got addicted to oxycodone. It's an opiate. We all know that. But what I also know is that if I had had that to be delivered to me, I probably wouldn't be standing here. And Art, I am so sorry that you had to go through that with your father. My own stepdad went through pancreatic cancer as well, and it's a painful disease. He was treated by a medical doctor with medicines that are approved by the FDA and by our government. I have chronic pain. I don't even remember the last time I slept all the way through the night. I stopped using opiates November 20th, 2012. I have been told by so many people, well, you ought to just get a medical marijuana card. It'll help you sleep, you won't have the pain. I don't want to take that chance. I put my family through hell. I put myself through hell. And I don't want to even take the smallest chance of doing that. And as far as people with medical marijuana cards here in Fountain Hills, they get the edibles and they share them with family. I've been in location where this happens. I have friends this happens with. I have a friend with a medical marijuana card that I don't even remember the last time I saw her straight. So this is not just, these are not always people who are with chronic pain and are ill. These are people that could very possibly wanting to be running from their problems. These are people that maybe they have a little bit of pain. So they go to the one doctor here in town that you have to go to get a medical marijuana card. We need to keep a lid on this. And having delivery of medical marijuana and having later hours, in my estimation, as an addict, is a very, very bad idea.
Thank you, Pam.
Faith?
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for considering my comments today. Fountain Hills is not a university town like Tucson or Tempe. Fountain Hills is not big and congested like Phoenix and Scottsdale. But Fountain Hills, one of the things I really appreciated about today is you opened not only with the Pledge of Allegiance, but with prayer. Fountain Hills is a community where a lot of people come to heal. Fountain Hills is a community that has a lot of handicapped, a lot of disabled, a lot of seniors. When your council considers anything, please consider the handicapped and the disabled. By having delivery, there are many patients who that would be a big blessing for, huge blessing. And with Mayo Clinic right down the road, you have even more people who come here, and sometimes they stay a while because they are healing or they are dealing with medical issues. That needs to be supported. That needs to be cared for. By having a delivery service, you get that medication to the disabled, the handicapped. You support that. Also, delivery is safe and it decreases traffic in the neighborhood, in the town. And extending the hours, I don't see a problem with that. But if you must consider a compromise, what about delivery till 10 and the facility closes to the public at 9 p.m.? Some of you had mentioned that you felt comfortable with 9 p.m. And that way, the deliveries could still happen, and even later at night till 10 o'clock. And those of you who do not live in chronic pain or disability, I ask you please, Take it to Jesus. I mean it, please, take it to Jesus, because you do not know and cannot judge another person's pain or disability. And oftentimes you can't see it. Please, consider the compassion, the mercy, the kindness of Fountain Hills. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Joanne Richards.
Evening, thank you.
Hi.
I am also a member of the Fountain Hills Drug Prevention Coalition, and I'm a certified family recovery coach. I understand that the issues in question are for longer hours and for delivery. And I would be very interested in knowing what the percentage of clientele is that is receiving medical marijuana for the chronic pain, for end-of-life issues, and for those who are receiving it for diagnoses such as anxiety or trauma or depression. My sister has a medical marijuana card in Maine. In Maine, it's legal to grow your own marijuana. So she never has to leave the house. Her children get access to all of it. One has been arrested twice because of the temptations and for getting involved in selling marijuana. And they all use it recreationally too, which is something that we hear about so often. I have a client whose 15-year-old went to Karen for 3 months and is now in sober living because she had a medical marijuana card, and the access in the home it was just too tempting, and her son got very addicted to marijuana. So how many people really must have extended hours till 9 or 10? And if this gentleman says that most people use it at night, well, I really don't want to be on the road with people who may be using it at night and then impulsively going back because they can't manage their time, or just impulsively go back to the store to get marijuana when they're high. They're on the road, and that's a danger to themselves and to the community. If there is an issue with people not being able to get to the dispensary, then perhaps it's the larger issue. Perhaps the issue is that they need further assessment. Perhaps they need to see their doctor. Perhaps they need a higher level of care. Perhaps they need even more than medical marijuana. So keeping a dispensary open till 9, 10 o'clock doesn't really address the need of our community members for proper care. It does not meet the need for healing trauma, anxiety, depression at the source. And delivery keeps people isolated. It makes things available, and they feel disconnected. This is what contributed to an opioid epidemic, and it's more than an opioid epidemic. It's a drug epidemic, and that does include marijuana. It includes meth. Its raising and isolation and availability will contribute to progression.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Frank Doolittle? Yes. I think that's what it said.
Mayor and the council, I worked at General Motors, and there was a gentleman there that, now this is, I'm talking about 25, 30 years ago. He had cancer. They gave him 6 months to live. He lived close to 20 years past that date on marijuana and cocaine. But I'm not justifying it because his friend got on cocaine and marijuana and become useless in the shop. You couldn't, being an electrician, you couldn't trust him. And if you extend the hours where everything is available, and like it's been witnessed here, they do sell it. They do. Other people use it. If you got a card, you can hand out, a certain amount. There's no jurisdiction over it because they're not going to be somebody in your house looking for it. But once, for medical purposes, he passed away. But I tell you what, he was a heck of a man because of marijuana. I'll tell you that. He had shoulders and neck and shoulders and everything, surgery taken out. He'd go out for a month or two, come back in and go to work. And it was only under marijuana and cocaine it kept him going. But I'm not saying extend the hours. Absolutely, I am against that. I'm against marijuana and all that use, other than for pain, end of life, or something like that. I do not see any use for recreational marijuana because I've seen so much of it in the shop and the people around. They get on that. Once they get on that, well, marijuana don't satisfy. I'm going to cocaine. I'm going to oxycodone. I'm going to go to whatever. And it's in the records. All you got to do is read the records. They can say, no, they don't pass that. They don't pass it out from the cards. Yes, they do. I've lived around the people that have done it, so I know a little bit about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Counsel, do you have more to say before we close the hearing?
This is not an edible brownie, by the way.
Oh, it is an edible brownie.
I've been in town hall since 3 o'clock, and we haven't even had dinner, so sorry.
I was just wondering if that first card you had was Dushan. Did you put a card in or not? No? Oh, okay.
Do you want? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Mayor, we have a great coalition. I just want to say, I do respect the coalition, and I respect Shelley. I respect everything they just said. So I just want to say I respect them, and I'm not advocating for recreational marijuana, and I just want to make that very, very clear. But I think there is a need for the medical. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Magazine?
Well, I just want to say that I've listened very carefully to all of the testimony. I've heard a lot of concerns about people getting it and going to work, children getting hold of it, and so on and so forth. And I'm trying to figure out why adding 2 hours makes any difference. Can't they get the same marijuana from 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock and on while they're open? I mean, it makes it sound like if we extend it by 2 hours that people are going to be able to get this stuff. Well, they can get it anyway. They can get it anyway. So this argument that we shouldn't extend it 2 hours because of the terrible impact it's going to have on society doesn't hold any water, because people can get it at other times.
Just to clarify, I mean, it's more than 2 hours. I think he's asking for 3 per day.
Okay,
so
still get it during the day.
Mayor, if I may, as you move forward and somebody considers a motion on this, I need to point out there was a typo in the suggested motion. The ordinance number is actually 19-14 instead of 04. So it's ordinance number 1914.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the hearing. And then if council does have anything else to say, you can say it now, otherwise I'll take a motion. Yes, Councilman Magazine?
I move approval of the request for the extended hours.
Do I have a second on that? Is that proper? I mean, we have to do the...
Move to approve the ordinance 19-14.
Go to
if you're approving
page
it in total.
332.
That's too difficult.
It's right there. There's the...
Let me see.
Right. Ordinance, it's accept it's 19-14.
Okay.
Move to approve ordinance.
Move to approve ordinance 19-04. Is that all we need?
14.
14, I'm sorry.
Yes. And do I have a second?
Is he awake?
I'm sorry?
I hear you.
Oh, okay.
I did not second.
I'll second it. Okay, all those in favor of the move to approve, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
We better probably do a, so you voted nay, Art? So that's 6-2? I mean, 5-2? 5-2. Okay. Did you get that? Okay, I think we're good. I think we know. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, sir. Our next item is another public hearing, which is a hearing to discuss revenue options, and we'll hear from our staff, but I will... It failed 5-2. Yeah, we need to maybe say that every time because it's just a little confusing. Thank you. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing, and then we'll get a presentation on this item. We'll be concentrating on the sales tax, of course, this time, but we'll hear a report about all of these items now.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We will, due to the lateness of the hour, we will try to go through this thoroughly, but also a little bit more succinctly. Just a little bit of background before I turn over the presentation to our finance director. You recall that through the council budget retreat that we had back in February, there's quite a bit of discussion about the town's finances and concerns about trying to avoid a revenue shortfall in the upcoming years. We were able to get through that process, through the budget process, by identifying a unique one-time revenue source for the current year that we're in. At the April 18th council meeting, the council directed staff to get ready to bring back to them proposals for improving our revenues. And so we did a revenue report that we posted on the website 60 days prior to tonight. It actually was longer than that, so that public would have an opportunity to see this information. There was also information in the newspapers. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our finance director, who will be discussing the recommendation to increase our sales tax by 0.3%.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My goal here right now is just to give you a little bit background on where we've been, where we are, and give you a little perspective as far as how we compare with other towns and cities in the Valley. First of all, my predecessor over the past budget season did quite a few calculations as far as projected shortfalls over the next 4 fiscal years, not counting this fiscal year. That amount came to $4.6 million cumulative over those next 4 years. And those were assuming just basically a status quo, a factor for inflation, also growth in revenues, but those revenues were still conservative just to make sure that we didn't shoot the moon, so to speak. As far as in the past few years, and you'll see on subsequent slides, there have been significant cuts that have been made to staffing and contracted services. Currently, 61% of the general fund expenditures are contracted out. Of that 61%, 50% is for public safety. Any future cuts will be drastic, and it could affect services and amenities that are offered to the town. In May of last year, the council had also directed a vote for a primary property tax, and that did not pass. These are the past fiscal year budgets, the current year, fiscal year 20, and the 6 prior. You can see in fiscal year 15 that there was just under a $42 million budget that year, and now we're 5 years later and 25% less than that budget. One metric that we are going to use to compare our full-time equivalent positions within the town. That basically takes every employee of the town, full-time, part-time, distills it down into as if everyone was a full-time employee. You can see the history since fiscal year 02. We're down to 61 full-time positions, and that's up this year 5 positions. As you can see at the bottom of the slide, what positions were added. Now, just to take that and compare it actually to other cities and towns. In the East Valley for this current year, these numbers are listed using Maricopa Association of Government population numbers, as well as the full-time equivalent employees for each of those towns and cities as reported in their Auditor General schedules. You can see we're next to the bottom at 4.84 full-time employees per 1,000 in population. Same thing for the West Valley. I did not use or include the Fountain Hills numbers in that average, just so that you know. And the same thing, we're about half of what that average is. The next metric that I'd like to show you is the budgeted expenditures per capita. And this is for the East Valley, so the same communities, same population numbers, and these are just the overall budgeted expenditures. I did not include enterprise funds in these numbers since we do not have any enterprise funds. So I also excluded those numbers from these communities as well. And you can see we're at 1,303 per capita, and the average is 3,200. Same thing for West Valley. Similar numbers, similar average. All right. During the past few weeks, we've had a couple of questions come into staff regarding the different fund balances and what the different types of fund balances are. So I just thought I would put a slide together explaining that for everyone. Non-spendable fund balance, anything that's reported in the CAFR and non-spendable, is basically not in a form that you can spend it. So it'd be inventories, basically. Restricted is restricted by law, usually the state in our case. HERF revenues would be one such restricted item. Committed amounts are restricted by actions from the council or town policy, which was adopted by town council. Assigned is basically a department level restriction. And then anything that does not fall into those 4 categories falls into unassigned, and it can be used for any budgeted expense within a department. Now, to look at the 5-year forecast, this is basically the expenditures and revenues that I was talking about earlier in graph form. When you look at those in a table, you can see it's 4.6. This year was obviously, we had to balance the budget, so we balanced fiscal year 20's budget. These are the next 4 years, what the expected shortfall would be. So now we'll talk a little bit about the TPT and how that compares. These are ranked basically from the highest sales tax within Maricopa County and then down to the lowest. I've got 2 slides. You can see now Fountain Hills is number 10 with an 8.9 total. That last column is a primary tax and a secondary tax. So in our case, we do have a secondary tax. The ones where you see P's are obviously, they have primary taxes as well. These are the lowest communities. I would make it a point that a majority of the communities with lower sales tax than we do have a primary and secondary sales tax. Property tax, sorry. So that brings us to what we're here for tonight, Ordinance 1912. This is a proposed increase of 0.3%. For the current year, budgeted sales tax revenue is just under 11 million. When you do that calculation, that actually comes out to $422 million in gross sales, almost $423 million. With the 0.3% increase, that would create $1,268,747. However, since this fiscal year has already started, requirements from the Department of Revenue, we have to give them 60 days notice that we're thinking about or would raise our sales tax, and then it's 60 days plus the first of the month. So this tax increase would actually go in effect on November 1st, and that for 8 months of the remaining in fiscal year 20 would net $845,831. Sorry, math's kind of boring. All right, so our recommendation as staff is recommend approval of Ordinance 1912 to increase the town's TPT rate by 0.3% effective November 1st, 2019. And that is that. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Councilman Magazine?
The $845,000 that we
Yes.
would raise between November and the end of the year, our budget is already approved. So what do we do with that money? Where do we park it?
That would go towards into our general fund. That money couldn't be used for any item that's not already budgeted. It's not doesn't extend our expenditure levels any. It would just go towards making this year's budget.
Thank you.
I do just want to address one thing, and if you recall during the budget process, the council did decide to suspend the environmental fee. So what that meant basically was no environmental fee would be assessed for this year. So it's on the schedule. Didn't mean it went away, but it was on the schedule. So the reason I'm bringing that up is we have about $500,000 of funding needs that are necessary for the environmental fund. So at some point, we will be coming forward to you with a recommendation for a transfer that we will identify the source of the funding to cover those expenditures, such as the wash maintenance and other things that environmental fund covers. It's about $800,000 that we typically have to pay for, but the environmental fee generally generated about $500,000 a year.
Pardon me? Well, we zeroed it out. It is not in the budget this year. I want to mention a couple things. The per capita, FTEs does include our police and fire. So this was a apples to apples comparison. Also, since we're not going to talk about the public safety fee, I do want to point out that the per capita public safety costs are in this, I think they're in the packet, but they are very much connected to why we are looking to get more revenue. But what you will find is that we are the lowest, now the lowest, per capita public safety, both fire and, well, fire we're a little bit closer to average. Police is not even close. What we have is a very good service for a cost that if you look at the rest of the cities, it's literally the lowest. Gilbert is close. If you take both fire and police and put them together, we're by far getting the most for the least. However, with the size of our budget, it is still more than half of our budget to pay for public safety, which is, and as you know, it goes up every year. One of the things I wanted to also bring up talking about these contracts and the fact that they do take up quite a bit of our budget. It's number one priority for a city to keep our citizens safe, of course. So public safety and our shared assets are the two number one and two responsibilities that we have. We really do. The question of any kind of MCSO that Fountain Hills is paying for District 7 or Rio Verde or mileage or any of these other things are not so. We're paying for the contract that we have. We as a council and with input from folks can make changes if we'd like, if we think we'd want to concentrate on one thing one year rather than another. But the contract itself, the personnel that are there, that's what we pay for. Maricopa County taxpayers, which we all are also, pay for a myriad of other things, including when you're on the road to Rio Verde, who's the police that are there. That is MCSO. That's what Maricopa County taxpayers pay for. And the reason I'm bringing this up, of course, is because we are asking for more revenue. And one of the things that I want to thank Councilman Spellich about was to make us take a second look at what we do spend our money on and collecting and doing everything fairly. And this is one of the items that is just so much a part of our budget that it behooved us, or that's the word, to look exactly at what we were getting and what we are paying for versus being Maricopa County taxpayers. And I'm very satisfied with what we found out about that. And I feel bad that we're not having the opportunity to talk about this a little bit more, to talk about the public safety fee. We have other reasons why we're in this area, in this predicament, I guess I'll say. Those of us who've lived here for a long time, if you were here before 1989, if you were here before 2002, we paid primary property tax. The roads we ride on right now, any of us that were here a long time ago paid primary property tax for, and the fire department, which is why we do have the privilege of owning the equipment and the trucks and all of those things, because we paid primary property taxes up until around 2002. That's when the sales tax, and the last time the sales tax was ever raised. So that's what we're looking at right now. This night didn't go, I like to have kind of what I think is a semblance of control of our lives as a mother, as a grandmother, but that doesn't always happen. So we had Plan A and Plan B. We're going forward with Plan A right now. One other thing I just wanted to mention, and you did touch on it, was that the sales tax going up, again, it's 30 cents on $100. It's also, yes, it moves us to 8th rather than 10th, which is where we are now. But again, of the 17 cities that are below us, 12 of them have primary property taxes, and a lot of them have secondary primary property taxes too. We have a secondary primary property tax from Saguaro Boulevard that we voted for, right? That is 0.34, and it's paid off by next July. So just give you a little bit of perspective of why we're taking this step. We talk about when you get an assignment in a debate team, sometimes you get the assignment you don't want. Sales tax is not something that I would normally find myself advocating for. But I feel like it's our responsibility. And again, if anybody has any other comments up here, or we can go to the public.
Are we in discussion at this point? Are we opening the public hearing?
The councils are the council comments, and then we'll go to the public comments.
Mayor, point of order, are we going to have discussion after this hearing is over?
Council, I think, is always permitted to make comments once the hearing's closed. I mean, you can make your comment when you...
I'll save my comments till after the public hearing's closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
First one is Amy Arnold. Left. Okay. Dave Long.
He left too. Did they say what they're...
Amy did not say. Dave, I'm sorry, Dave Long it was a written one, and he is for it. Next one is Pam Agaloo again. Did I say it right again?
You did. I'm not attending either way. I think having a sales tax is important to any municipality. When you look in comparison to the other municipalities that have lower sales taxes, they also have a higher rate of retail space within those communities. We don't. And according to my research, in order to have a sales tax-based economy, we have to have more retail. And we're kind of locked in that way. Plus, we have so much empty retail space. The other concern that I have is not so much the people who are up here, myself. We have a lot of people who live paycheck to paycheck. We have a lot of people who live on fixed incomes. We have a lot of people who had pensions that they depended on that they can no longer depend on. I know one person in particular, she's 90 years old, and she lives on $1,200 a month. We need to be a little more creative with this. I am very much an advocate of taxing empty retail space, empty commercial space. We can do that, but any increase in a sales tax is going to hurt the people that you don't want to hurt the most. The moms, the dads, the single mothers, people who have little kids in their family. And, you know, the way this reads is that it's a transaction privilege tax. Well, when did it become a privilege to make a choice between medicine and food? When did it become a privilege to make a choice between diapers for your kids or Depends for your grandmother? And these are the choices that real people in our community make every day. And this may seem like a very small increase to most of us, but to those people, that's huge. They barely can live on what they have right now. And we want to bring more people here to the community that don't have the trust funds, don't have the pensions, don't have all of these wonderful investments. Well, those people will be hindered by that. And also, people who are looking at bigger ticket items, and for some people that's dinner out, will go to another community because the sales tax is less. I've seen this in other states and in other communities. So please think carefully about this.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Frank Doolittle?
Mayor and council, I think there's a problem with accountability. One issue was the sewer lagoon, $36,000. The road inspection, $68,000, which accomplished absolutely nothing. $8 million for asphalt on Saguaro, and it was in the paper. You paid for number 1 asphalt, you got number 3. This is the guy who knows what he's talking about. And I go to different businesses out of town. I'll be honest with you. And they find out I'm from Fountain Hills. They joke about the people in Fountain Hills being ripped off by certain people. And this is actually an account this is just a couple of days ago. A person in Fountain Hills didn't have no water for a couple of days. They said it cost them $3,000. A contractor told them $3,000 to get you water. Another contractor done it for less than $400. There's no accountability as far as the contractors, and I don't see it in the spending. I think it's where you can raise the sales tax, you can drive businesses out of town, and then you're going to have a collapsed economy. It's right there in the books. If you don't have accountability, if the thing like I had a neighbor, she's passed away now, across the street. She could not get her wheelchair out to the mailbox, so I got her mail for her. They would not put a little bit of asphalt in there and fix the cracks so her motorized vehicle could get out there. And she called for I don't know how many times. But we can spend $68,000 for somebody to run up and down the street to tell me there's asphalt on it. There's something wrong.
Thank you.
Jan Parisian? No? Okay. Mike Sabatini?
Mayor Dickey, members of the council, my name is Mike Sabatini. I live at 11203 North Maynell Drive here in Fountain Hills. I have a 30-year career as a government employee, 10 years of that in executive management. I understand the challenges that staff and elected officials face in trying to provide services with limited resources. I commend you for making the tough decisions that you will make and that you have made. Personally, I support the increase in the sales tax. When the time comes for you to talk about the public safety fee, I support that also. But I'd like you to know that whatever decision you make, I support you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Patak? Oh, okay.
Hello. I'm Cheryl Patak, and I would like to say thank you, Mayor Dickey, and our city council members for your continuing work to serve our wonderful town. I did send this to you just the other day in the email, and I'm going to read it. We feel that we were underserved as a town to not have voted in a property tax that we so need to support our town financially. We personally voted for this, and we would vote for this again as the most fair and viable way to financial responsibility. Because this would have been based on everyone's property values, it would have been the most fair and reasonable resolution to our financial woes. A property tax should not be a dirty word, and we should not have to walk on eggs to discuss this. And I'm really tired of feeling like that in this town with this. We have lived here for over 35 years. We've raised our children here. We've had a small home-based business here, and my husband's family were part of the founding families and businesses here in this town since 1970s. We all need to own this. We all love living in this community, but it is unrealistic to think that these funds to support the community should be there if we are not going to contribute to them ourselves, and each and every one of us. That being said, the choice we have right now is the safety fee, which I realize is not up for discussion, but I'm going to continue and discuss this, and an increased sales tax. But we all know, and if we don't, we should, that this does not cover it. We will support these fees at present, but would like to strongly move towards a property tax. Now, if we can do this, then we feel that the safety fee and the increased sales tax should expire upon that happening, that we could get a property tax. This is what we need. A couple of thoughts on the hospital project, where we'd have a property tax would be responsible for that as well. And what about this brand new development that we're talking about having in town? They would be paying a property tax too. All of these things would help reduce what we might pay as individuals as a property tax. But you guys need to open up to this. We can't be afraid of this. People need to know this. The town would be receiving a much better financial benefit than just the one-time initial fees in construction and other inception costs that you're talking about getting from these businesses. Another idea would be to keep the raised sales tax if you feel that we continue to need it, eliminate the safety fee, and be able to reduce what the property tax might be, however small that might reduce our property tax bill, if you feel that we need to keep that. Not to be contradictory, but our one reservation with the sales tax going up, even though we know it is 0.003 cents on a dollar, is just the thought of it being more than Scottsdale or surrounding communities, which could sadly be psychologically a deterrent to some, even though it's a small amount. That is why it is Still advantageous, though, because we need it. You know, those small amounts add up, and we understand that. We see the figures on that, and so we respect that, and we're willing to go along with it, my husband and I, for that. I would like to say, though, I find it a real disappointment because we now have signs again in our town, and we know that the previous signs that helped destroy the property tax vote, and we were at that very large meeting, and we know how many people were for it. And it was not fair that outside money was introduced into this town for some of the financing of those signs to discourage people from voting for something that we so desperately needed.
Thank you,
And
Cheryl.
we're not going to be intimidated by these bullies, and we would appreciate that to stop, because we all love living here. I'm sure some of you guys moved here. You know, some people moved to this community, think they were going to be a big fit.
Excuse me, Mayor. Mr. Smith, would you please stay? Because I'm going to call on you. Thank you.
Okay, but we just feel like, you know, I know people come here to be maybe a big fish in a little pond, but you know, there's a lot of big fish here that don't need to dominate a little pond, that just want to live here and enjoy all the benefits that we have in this community.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
And then we have 2 cards, written cards, both for support, in support.
Thank you. Do you want to do that as part of the hearing then? I'm sorry? Oh. Okay.
Yeah, what is your name?
Dennis Thompson.
You can come up and start, sir. You can fill it out if.
Oh, I'm sorry. I took that as one of the, you had marked, yeah. I thought it was a written comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Dennis Thompson. I've been a resident and homeowner in Fountain Hills since December of 1992. I would equate the town's financial shortfall problems to that of a severe chest cold. The medicine tastes like hell, but if we don't take it, we're probably going to get a fatal case of pneumonia. I got wrapped into this because I was alarmed with the first onset of the environmental fee. It upset me. I went down to a town hall presentation and I was shocked to learn what serious financial problems the town was in. So I set out to, I promised Grady I would do it, work constantly to try to help. Those people that read my letters, well, I lost my place here. From that day forward, I made a point of getting involved and learning this, where the town's monies come from and how they're spent. State statutes mandate what a town can do and what it cannot. Scottsdale and Phoenix are charter cities and they can do what they want. Those who read my letters know that I favor a primary property tax as the most equitable and reliable means to support our needs. Having said that, the town's experience with the votes on this issue leave the President and Council little choice but to vote for a sales tax increase and a property protection fee. It's failed 3 times, you say. I'll remind you that Disraeli said, all my successes have been built on my failures. The cries about past financial misadventures and budget categories and accountability are diversionary tactics and are wasted effort and totally unproductive. Our tax burden is low compared to the Midwest cities and other valleys cities. One of the things we have to do is do a better job of informing the public what goes on. The bulk of this community hasn't got a clue about how the city spends its money and why it has to be spent the way it is. The Times does a pretty good job reporting this, but unfortunately their circulation is not large enough. I would urge the council to take more effort to educate the community on the whys and wherefores, how we spend our money. Bottom line is reality. The council has to deal with the now. It's also time for voters to get on board too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do
want to ask James his questions as part of the hearing, because then,
Your call, whatever you want to do.
yeah, do it now. That'll be good.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just asked Mr. Smith, and this is, I want to preface, this is not a setup question because I don't know the answer, okay? But I want to know if you have had the opportunity to go out and meet a lot of the merchants in town, a lot of the retail organizations in town, and had a discussion as to help me understand what we can do as a community to help you to be more successful and therefore the town to be more successful. Have any made comments to you, and some have to me, and I'm going to share that in a little bit, about this proposal for the sales tax increase?
Through the mayor, council member, unfortunately, I have not been able to. I have been a part of a a chamber meeting, but we recently lost some staff, and certainly that was my intention, was to have more meetings with some of our businesses, and unfortunately, I have not been able to do that or have staff to do that. So the answer is unfortunately no. I have not been able to ascertain what the impacts might be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion before I close the hearing? Okay, the hearing is closed. Any further comments, Councilman?
I do have a number of comments, and I apologize, I don't know the names of the speakers that spoke, but one individual had talked about accountability of the council, and that the perception was we spend money frivolously. I would encourage that individual to look at the last 3 years and look at how much this council has cut, and also what we have done to try to increase the revenues of this community. You know, one of the speakers had talked about how we're the bullies. We got to stop the bullies in regards to the primary property tax. I was the one, and I'll take responsibility for this as long as I'm an elected official. I came here to increase the sales tax revenues of this community. The only way I see fit to do that is we need to increase commerce in this town and create an economic driver. We need to create a downtown that's vibrant and a downtown that also works with Fort McDowell, and we focus on what this town was founded on, and that is a tourism drive. We don't have the demographics, nor do we have the population here on a long-term yearly basis to support the increase in sales tax, even this nominal increase that we're doing today. I want to address this Crystal Lagoon in the comment that I continuously hear, and I have been beaten up over year for coming up with that concept of a regional draw. I want anyone in this room to go, and I want you to look up, buildersonline.com, and an article by Mary Solemson. When I proposed that, and we had discussed this with Grady Miller, our former town manager, there were many people involved in discussing that. It was a new concept, and it was scary for many, many people. There's a company out of Chile just coming into the United States, but it was something that was unique and something that was in line with what the original founders of this community with the water feature had something to offer. Take a look at that article. Sales in communities that have now established this type of venue, 345% increase in sales year over year, a 3.4% sales tax increase. Look it up. What we need in this community, and then that may not be the answer, but our town manager, and I think justifiably, made the decision after a council discussion to spend it was $18,000 roughly dollars for the study, to come up with the study to determine whether or not the sales tax revenue and whether this would create a regional draw that would help our community in this downtown, the heartbeat of our community, thrive. Okay? Read the report. Read the report, because it did substantiate what we were trying to do, and it could have taken off. You're never going to get the state trust land, and this may be the essence of the situation. maybe the community doesn't want the state trust land to be developed. Maybe the community doesn't want the additional traffic in our community, okay? But you're never going to get that state trust land to be developed until you have a vibrant downtown. Look at Gilbert, Arizona. I understand the demographics are different, but look at Gilbert, Arizona. Look at Chandler, Arizona. Look at some of these outskirt communities and what they've done. Look at Queen Creek now and what they're doing in their downtown. If we don't want that, then I would agree wholeheartedly with our speaker that talked about fighting the bullies and pushing for a primary property tax, which so what happened, I made that proposal, got a tremendous pushback. I said, fine. I met with all the people that wanted a primary property tax, and I said, listen, can we do this? I said, you're not going to pass it unless it's $3.5 million. I made the proposal here. I'm the one who took responsibility after campaigning. I wasn't doing a primary property tax. And I said, you know what? If we don't want to increase the sales, if we don't want to increase tourism here, if we don't want to increase the traffic counts, if we want a suburb community that's going to be essentially a quiet community and keep it that way, then you need that primary property tax because we cannot sustain long-term the needs of this community. I've spoken to a number of people on this council. I've already told them I'm against this sales tax increase. As nominal as it is, it sends the wrong message regionally to where Fountain Hills is going. You need, in my opinion, you need to reduce it by a small amount and get on the front page of the Arizona Republic. Fountain Hills is open for business. That's what you need to do. So one thing or another, we either increase economic development and we fill this downtown and we have a community that has a heartbeat that we love to be in, or you have to go a different direction. So I'm speaking in this and I'm telling you that, number one, we do have accountability on this council. This council has been, Mr. Thompson, please. I put a lot of time into this council to try to help. Please. So here's where we're at. We have a decision to make. I'm against this sales tax revenue. I want to support Mr. Smith and everything you possibly can do to help economic development in this town. I don't think this helps you to pass a sales tax increase. I think we need to hold the powder here, and we need to continue to move forward with economic development. Some of these developments that are coming forth, we need to put full force effort in getting them approved and through the system and built as quickly as possible. And we need to go back to the people of this community and let them vote and decide how they're going to be taxed and how much and when. Thank you.
Any other comments? I would like to just bring up that if we believe, and I do, the numbers that we've been seeing, then to maintain status quo, which means we don't do anything differently than we're doing now, is going to cost about $1 million a year for the next 5 years. We had to balance the budget this time, but unless we're telling all our previous financial folks, our current ones, and everybody that's made decisions up here in the years, that's what we're looking at, about $1 million over 4 years for status quo. And status quo means we talk about let's fill commercial space or let's do some of the things that Art's talking about. How do we do that when we can't afford to keep up the level of the services that we do right now? We talk about anything even more than that, then you're talking millions of dollars a year. We hear all the time, why don't you have some sort of a way to enhance or incentivize people to come here? Why don't we have the code enforcement we would like to have, the regular maintenance, the painting of the buildings, the floors? You saw earlier tonight, seems a long time ago, right? But the regional advocacy, we had to hire somebody to do that for us, or we could have woke up in 6 months or a year and had planes flying right over us. That without having the staff to be able to do those kind of things, we also have a lot of grants that we can apply for. We need someone at the table when that TPT meeting is, and those are the kind of things that we can't even think about. And this doesn't even touch the big items, the big capital items. the liner in the lake that, is nearing lifespan. $4 to $6 million a year needed for roads to not fail. We're not going to solve that with a sales tax. That's very true. But what do we do immediately? We can't build a downtown immediately and reap those benefits. You've said many times, Councilman, you have to generate $40 million worth of business to get $1 million worth of sales tax. So these are good goals, but we have a responsibility right now to figure out a way to address public safety that's going up every year and infrastructure that needs attention. Now, if somebody can figure out how we can cut and I hate saying that, I don't mean you, but $2 to $3 million a year, every year, is about what we're looking at needing immediately.
Mayor.
And would like to finish, please, if that's okay. So we're not talking about making decisions like, okay, well, let's not do that for $200,000 or blame the lagoon or whatever. We're past that now. We're at a point where we pay property tax, like I mentioned earlier, and it's taken this many years to finally reach the point, well, it was really before this, but where we're really feeling that we can't go forward without immediate revenue assistance. Otherwise, I think next year our budget is going to have to look a heck of a lot different than it does this year. We love the events. We love all the things that we'd like to do. We're hearing all these great ideas from people. I've been meeting with people about, butterfly pavilions and swimming pools and senior centers. And I don't know, and, the observatory, the people that have faith in this community and want something to happen, we can't do status quo without $1 million a year between now and 2024. How do we deal with that immediate problem before we can get into any of the things that I think a lot of us do want to see happen here?
You're looking at me for an answer, and I appreciate that. What you do is you tell the people of this community what our bond rating is and how financially sound and prudent our financials have been year over year over year, that we have the Saguaro bond that's being paid off. We have the preserve that's being covered and paid off. And I think what people in this community truly want is when we are going to spend money, they know exactly where it's going, and they want that accountability. They've said that many times. When we have issues with roads, we go for a bond. If we have a park improvement project and we have a catastrophe with our fountain park, we bond and we ask them to pay for it. And I think that majority of the people I know would be happy to say yes if it's in writing, where it's going, how long it's going to be paid for. We have record low interest rates right now. If we have major issues, then we should be looking at bonding.
Well, and I do believe that we will do that, but your bonding rating goes down the more you utilize a bond, and of course you have to pay interest. So I think you have to pick and choose how you use it, and I think a lake liner or a road is a way you would do it, but that doesn't solve the immediate problem. Councilman?
Status quo doesn't mean we're surviving. Status quo in our situation means we're falling farther and farther behind. Add $1 million a year. What does that do for us? Inflation alone eats up some of it. But the reason we call it status quo is because we've been cutting every single year. We all have a list. It's probably 15 pages long of all of the things we have been unable to do in this town that need to be done. A lot of it's infrastructure. That list doesn't even include roads because I don't know what we do about roads. How do we get $6 million a year? But that list that we have includes things that people think are fluff. We need to paint our buildings. We need to replace carpeting. We need to replace furniture. We need to replace chillers and other apparatus. It goes on and on and on. And anybody that wants to see it, I'd be happy to give them a copy of it. And then tell me that 0.3% is too much of an increase in our sales tax. It's not status quo. We're falling farther and farther behind. And I don't know what the bottom looks like. By the way, Suddenly, we had to pay $700,000 for Golden Eagle Park because of a flood. Where are we supposed to get this money? Where in the world are we supposed to get this money? Where we get it is we transfer from other accounts into an account to be able to pay for it. And what happens when you transfer from another account? There are things in that account that can't be paid for. That's the way it works, folks.
Thank you. Am I allowed to let somebody from the audience speak? I know Mr. Boffo has something he'd like to say.
Yeah, what was that, Liz? Sorry.
Need to open the public hearing again.
Oh, okay. And if he has he can fill out his card and everything. So, okay.
Do you want to do that? You do? Okay. Yeah, I want you to be able to speak. I know the hour's late, but you're here and you waited, so I'll reopen it for that. We can't do it now? All right. Okay, I'll reopen it so that we can have these two gentlemen speak if they'd like, but you need to fill out a card so that we get your information. Yeah. Thank you, Captain. Would you like to come up if you're ready? Did you fill out a card yet?
I did, but it's not, you don't have it, so it's here.
Oh, well, why don't you give it to Liz and you can get started, and then Mr. Boffo will come up too.
I didn't know how to represent what group I'm in because it's singular. Hang on, you're there. I'm 64 years old and I'm a transient in town. I'm one of 10, according to David Iverson. And Art and I know each other from the Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a member of the Astronomy Club and a member of SAR before. And actually, I donated my telescope so it could be auctioned off. So Ted Blank and I know each other. I can speak at this in so many ways because I've essentially been homeless for 6 or 8 months. I've tried to arrange contract leases where I can work on people's property and offset lease costs or rent costs by doing work on the property while occupying it. And I'm aware of the faith-based monies that go to the pastor, David Iverson, and I feel that this needs to be a community-based project also. So in being one of the 1 in 10, which I really think is probably 1 in 15 or 20, it's tough not to have a place to lay your head. And if you look at Chandler as being a template for a lot of things, they didn't take HUD money because of the government mandates. They did take local money, and they were somewhat creative in creating a homeless shelter down there with no federal money. I think it becomes quite a debacle when that happens. I think, from a simple standpoint, that some of this unoccupied retail space that's languishing in town could occupy 10 or 12 or 15 cots. And community service could be something that these homeless people could do to benefit the community. And a community-based effort, with everybody realizing that there is a stigma involved with people that are homeless, that mental malady, if you will, the thing that needs profiled from people that are aware of such situations. I can speak at that also. My wife was diagnosed with schizophrenia in 1995. I've raised all 3 kids myself. I have 1 in Japan, 1 in Miami, and 1 in Oregon. So they're all doing very well. I am an empty nester without a nest. And I think this community needs to look at this a little bit further.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Boffo? Let's wait and see if you have the motion ready. Aye.
Yeah, I feel like a little kid doing his first little talk before the church, you know what I mean? You get up there and you say your little piece. I'm really happy to be here tonight. Actually, I'm happy to be anywhere from the past few years. But I appreciate so much the discussion regarding the raising of funds. And coming from a community back east that went through a situation where it was a prominent town, it lost a lot of that because of things that were happening externally, and it was faced with a situation of having to come back. The good thing is that Fountain Hills has a tremendous amount of resources, and it does a lot of things well. And in making a transition from being under the gun, so to speak, and coming out of that, we have to move from a maintenance mentality, which can't be sustained, to an innovative mentality that has to grow. In order to do that, as the old saying goes, you may have to break a couple eggs, to make an omelet. It's the way that it has to be. And I think the exciting thing is I think Fountain Hills is in a great place to make a great transition. And I think the first thing that it has to decide is what kind of a town does it want to be. Mr. Thomas alluded to that. If it can't make up its mind what it wants to be, then it'll just continue to go down the drain in a maintenance mentality that can't be maintained. So there has to be a compelling vision in order to move things forward. And my opinion is in order to present the town with a compelling vision, I would suggest that the town build on everything that it does well and begin to staff to what it doesn't do well. Because if you don't build what you do well, then no matter what, if you try to do anything else, what you do well, you won't do well any longer. You'll be spread too thin. So my excitement is in the fact that the council is talking about that, and my hope is that the town can come together under a compelling vision to be what it's intended to be all along. I was happy to get the newspaper of all the years. It had a whole section in there of all the years that things down there. I thought to myself, how can a town with such great heritage that when we moved here was one of the greatest towns, one of the top 10 towns to live in 2007? What's happened since then? And yeah, a recession's happened, a lot of things that have happened, but you know what? There's great people in this town. There's a lot of vision that's stirring in the town, and I would just hope that the council could come together and be able to coalesce around a vision and realize that vision is not going to be embraced by everybody. When you're a leader, you have to lead. Some people are going to hate you, some people are going to love you, but you got to lead. And this is a great opportunity to lead a compelling vision that people can get behind and support. And so, I'm not on the council, so good luck.
Oh, thank you for that.
But you have to start someplace, and the best place to start is do what you do well. And for heaven's sakes, please do what you have to do to make sure that people realize that we're not out on the edge of the earth right before the abyss. This town suffers repeatedly from identification of being totally out in the middle of nowhere. Do you realize that you can't get home health care out here? There's a gentleman who owns a home health care company that lives here, cannot get people to work here. Why is it? Because you're all the way out in Fountain Hills. I can't get rideshare out here because we're all the way out in Fountain Hills. There's things that are happening in this town that, because of a perception, that's been that way ever since I've been here in this town.
Thank you, sir.
And that needs to change, and it can. It should change.
Thank you.
We're 20 minutes from the airport.
Thank you.
Mayor, while we're still in public hearing, four respected business owners in town reached out to me and asked me to mention their names Sammy Jack, Stephanie Jorkman, Kate Kinder, Ray Fuller. Those are 4, to name a few, that have all said, yeah, it's not a huge deal, but it's the perception. And we're trying to change the perception of Fountain Hills. We're trying to drive people to our community, and this sends the wrong message. And that's a message from them, and they asked to be on the record with that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to close the hearing so we can have a motion. Hearing is closed. Any further discussion or a motion, please? Yes, sir.
I'll move to approve ordinance 19-12, increasing the TPT rate by 0.3% to 2.9%.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
And my roll call sheet here.
Easier said than done.
Okay. Vice Mayor LaCrone?
Aye.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
Councilmember Charnow?
Aye.
Councilmember Magazine?
Aye.
Councilmember Tolas?
No. Nay.
Mayor, or Councilmember Spellich?
Nay.
Mayor Dickey?
Aye.
Passes 5-2.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody that came out to hear the discussion. We really appreciate it. We have a couple more items here, so we'll move to that. About the shoulder paving. Grady, or?
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to the Public Works Director. The item before you is a request to approve an amendment to an agreement for the engineering firm that did the design work for Fountain Hills Boulevard.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Hi.
Vice Mayor, council members, welcome back from your recess. The item before you tonight is to cover the cost for the basic redesign of the Fountain Hills Boulevard shoulder paving project. After construction started, it was discovered through due diligence by the contractor that several of the dry utilities were not as they were represented by their owners, and we could not install the drainage improvements on either side. As a result of that, in good faith, with direction from the town manager, we asked them to do a redesign to eliminate the drainage ditches and a considerable amount of excavation work, and redesign it to add curb and gutter and an additional 2 feet of width, and change the structural section to make the section that was built a road for the near future, currently not utilized as one, but rather a shoulder.
Yep.
They agreed to do that without payment, and this redesign has been completed, and in fact, the first phase of it implemented. As part of the discussion, and when a motion goes forward, and I apologize for this, in the suggested motion, there is a very crucial part missing from this. The motion should in fact read, move to approve the Fifth Amendment to the professional services agreement between the town and Sunrise Engineering, and also reauthorize the capital projects S6053 that gives us the ability to fund it, utilizing some funding in the capital from the contingency for this year. I will answer any and all the questions that you have to the best of my ability.
Okay. Any questions for Justin? Yeah. Oh, Councilman.
Wait. I think we've been engineering this shoulder replacement for probably 15 years. Is that about right?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brown, it's 2011 was when we did the request for proposals for this particular phase of it, correct?
Yeah, but it's been in the capital as an identified project for many, many years, to your point.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Then how in the world can we still be going on the fifth amendment to the contract?
The short answer to that, Councilmember Brown, is it was ramped up, and then as a result of a large reduction in staff, we were simply not able to return comments. And then when we ramped back up and got another amendment to extend it, then we started the process all over again. By the time we got it to the actual 65%, ADOT had managed to change their environmental clearance and other rules and policies, we had to ask for additional or subsequent amendments to that and ask for additional funding to do that, and which brought us to finally the conclusion of ADOT taking it to bid.
Will this be the last one we see?
Correct. In regards to this design, the design is completed.
For the shoulder on Fountain Hills Boulevard, we aren't going to hear about more designs and more money and for the completion of the project.
The Fountain Hills Boulevard shoulder paving, this will cover the design.
And I will ask again. Will we be able to take this design and complete the project?
Yes, sir.
We won't be seeing another, we need to redesign it again and we don't have the money. We're going to be completed with this. And once again, Justin, I'm not being ornery. It's hard to believe for the number of meetings I sat through clear back in my planning and zoning days talking about this shoulder that was at one time just going to be a pavement section to park on, not to drive on. And now we've got curb and gutter and a section that we can drive and park on. And I don't recall seeing any of this come through the pipeline. So the question is very simple. Do we have the money to do it, and will this complete it?
We have the money to pay for the design, yes, sir. And there will not be any additional cost for the design.
But do we have enough money to complete the project?
We do have some revenue sources that we will discuss in the future. It's part of the next agenda item, okay. Council member.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Do we have a motion on this item?
So purposes so that everyone knows it's an additional $30,000 from what the contract currently has. So an approval of the amendment is paying for the services that included curb and gutter, which were never part of the original design.
That's right. Sure, I'll make a motion. Move to approve the Fifth Amendment to the professional services agreement between the Town of Fountain Hills and Sunrise Engineering, Inc.
And reauthorize the 60.
And reauthorize the 6053 project.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome.
You're probably on next two. Correct?
Yes, he's going to continue on.
The next item is our explanation from myself, the town engineer, and town manager as to basically what happened. This project started back in 2012. As part of the design process, Sunrise Engineering provided documentation to the 6 utility companies identified that had facilities in their area. We have written responses back from each of those. There were some of them that indicated that they had to do a couple of minor things, but nothing major. Move a water meter, move a fire hydrant, move a pedestal. With that said, and having the final clearances, the project went to bid. As after the initial bid and construction was underway, it was discovered that in fact 3 of the dry utility companies were in direct conflict. And what I mean by that is it would have had a detrimental impact on this project had we had to pay to have them moved, lowered, or have some, so 2 of them really would have to do it themselves, and the final one, which is SRP, would most likely argue prior rights, and we would have had to pay for that. It would have put a substantial delay on this project. In good faith and working with the Arizona Department of Transportation, because they administered this project because of the grant funding, we agreed to the redesign and to make some changes. As that went forward and we negotiated, or ADOT negotiated on the town's behalf, The town engineer and myself, and we shared this with the town manager, believed that the change was going to be approximately a net change of $20,000 by eliminating drainage ditches, additional riprap, and other work. And so in good faith, ADOT said move forward. After they agreed to move forward, it was discovered, in fact, that the change order was going to be more than that, and as a result of that, it would be more than 10% of the contract total, and that would violate the Arizona Revised Statute. So ADOT felt that they had no choice within the confines of the law to cancel the project. As part of that cancellation, under ADOT's specifications and guidelines, there is a convenience canceling clause.
If I may just jump into, we learned about this probably about 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. We were trying to figure out what was the delay. As you probably all saw, it was taking a long time for them to do this project. We had a meeting with the ADOT project engineer and also with the contractor. We had been led to believe, and there's a letter in your packet from ADOT that totally, the timeline explains exactly what happened. And we had been led to believe that with the change orders that we're going to be putting in the curb and gutter, that we were going to be still on both sides of the street within the project budget. And then as you can see through the letter that ADOT has indicated, that it just was one situation led to another, which led to another, and it just totally slipped in terms of the project budget. Now, ADOT is the project engineer, and they are the project manager of this. They put it out to bid. We have a very good contractor. The contractor, in fact, is a Fountain Hills-based contractor that does a lot of our concrete work, so I feel very good about that. But it's just really, this is a project that should not have happened this way. And it all started with the utility companies not being forthright as to the utility locations. And had we delayed that, we would have probably paid a lot more than what this project ended up costing us to date. What I understand from our town engineer is that approximately 75% of the drainage issues that we experience on Fountain Hills Boulevard every year due to stormwater has been taken care of with the one side of the street, because that's where we had the erosion and the other issues going on. So we're going to be bringing this forward to you at another time, and we're going to have some other options. Right now, they haven't figured out the closeout costs, what this actually costs, but we're very close to, I think, the entire contract amount.
That is correct.
And so I believe we're going to be coming back to you probably another 2 meetings with those numbers. And we'll be presenting to you a menu of options on how to address this. So right now, I don't think we're in any position because we don't have those final numbers from ADOT.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I think does anybody have anything that they would like to add? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess, my concern is most people are going to think this reflects back on the town, and it really wasn't our doing per se, so that kind of concerns me. And I'm just concerned about the long-term viability of widening and improving Fountain Hills Boulevard to where it should be, 4 lanes and bike lanes and all that kind of stuff. So, if we're going to be asked to spend some more money now to finish the other side eventually on our own, and then we're left with a 2-lane road and some shoulders and some curb and gutter, and I just, I think that's just going to prolong the full improvement of that boulevard for years and years to come. It's just unfortunate, and at this point, there's really nothing else we can do. But it's just, it's not good.
It's not. But I will tell you, the traffic volumes and the counts that we have do not justify the 2 lanes in each direction now, and they did only at the time of build out of the state trust land. So I believe we will at least get bike lanes, and if we did both sides of the street, I think the community would benefit tremendously from what you've already seen on the other side of the street. So, and we have identified a revenue source. We'll get into that more, but the governor signed the part of the budget package is earmarking $197,000 to each city and town in the state. So we believe right now, as of yesterday's, and this is all market rates, but we believe just doing the other side of the street would be about $580,000. And there's some money left over on this project. That's what we're trying to find out, that we're going to get back. But any of the grant money, we will not get the grant money back. So that it's on the table and it will be gone. Because unfortunately, ADOT decided to cancel the project rather than trying to talk to us through and figure out how we can get both sides done. So.
The purpose of tonight was to bring the council up to date as to what was happening and at least allow you an opportunity to understand. And then when we return in a couple of meetings, we will have some solutions to this challenge.
Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome.
Our next item is about the text-free. Grady?
I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our attorney, who I know worked very closely with the vice mayor on this concern. So I'll turn it over to the attorney.
Well, first, I'd like to thank the town manager and our town clerk for this plum position right at the end of the agenda. I can make this very, very brief in the interest of time, recognizing the lateness of the hour. This item has come to the council previously, 2 or 3 months back, as I recall. Back in April of 2018, the town council adopted a ban on use of portable electronic devices for purposes of texting. This year, the legislature enacted a state law that will encompass an entire ban, statewide ban, on portable electronic devices and using them in any form or fashion, whether handheld or balancing on your leg or anything like that, among other provisions. There was a concern raised last time by Councilmember Leckrone with respect to certain provisions and whether we could implement them now and what the benefit was. I think she and I have talked through some of those. If she wants to address them, happy to, and I'm happy to address additional concerns. But my recollection is that we, as the council, appear to be prepared to move to conform our ordinance with state law at the last meeting. So that's why we're bringing it back tonight.
Vice Mayor.
Just briefly, I just want to state for the record that I was wrong. After reading this 11-page bill, it is on the 11th page permitted for a town to adopt this or mirror the state law and not be subjected to the warning period. So it is right here in black and white. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Sherry. Any other discussion on that? Anybody want to make a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So any council discussion direction?
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. I have a motion. Do I have a second to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.